fuels being burned. So this will be a big pressure from the demand side and also the supply side. And how does the WEF Nexus approach enters? No, so it's basically essential for understanding the relation between these three complex systems. No, the WEF Nexus approach tells us that we can't study or model or understand one of these three systems without the other one. We need land for photovoltaic energy production. We need water for food and water for energy production. And these three complex systems, well, they work together and they must be studied as one. Okay. So the model's objective basically is to provide a basis for strategic decision making and promote this decision making for sustainable development. Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So how do we model the WEF Nexus, which is the methodology we are using here in ONEPlanET? So the methodology we are using here now to model the WEF Nexus in our three case studies is the system dynamics methodology, okay? So this approach is a natural fit because the Nexus is all about understanding, no, the complex interrelations between water, energy, and food systems. And through mathematical equations, key variables, stocks, and flows, system dynamics allows us to connect these three systems and explore, you know, their main feedback loops and how a change in one variable will influence another and get this in a more complete way, no? So a simple example, this is a manual example of system dynamics, is the population causal loops, no? We have at one side the birth increase, the population will grow, which in turn affects the number of deaths, creating a reinforcing loop. So this we can see it's a basic explanation of how system dynamics work, but we can see that one variable will eventually affect another one, and we can see it in a more holistic way, no? So the software we are using to model the three case studies, the water, energy, and food nexus in the three case studies, is the Vensim DLL. So we use it because we are already knew how to use it here at the University of Valladolid. We actually had 4 other projects where we were using Vensim DLL. And also because it's also translatable to Python later, so we can make our models open access, okay? Here you can see a more visual representation of the model, okay? The models, they are basically made of 4 main modules, okay? So we like to modularize our models. So we have a water module, energy module, food module, and also a demography and economy modules. This diagram it's nice because it highlights the key flows and feedbacks between sectors, showing how, for example, energy is needed for water pumping and food processing, while water availability and food production also shape economic outcomes, okay? So yes, you can see that all the 4 modules, they are connected in both ways. No, so for example, water production or water will need energy for pumping to get to the households. Energy will need water for energy production. Basically, all energy kinds of production needs water, and so on. Okay. So here you can see this same representation made in Vensim. So this is like how you can see Vensim from the inside. But I will show you how the models are done in Vensim later, okay? This is another print from Vensim. These are some results we get on the first phase of the project. Now they are really different. We have more data, we have more inputs, and we have better results as well. Okay, so this is so you can see the interface of the software. So the key models, as I was mentioning before, the water, energy, food, and socioeconomic, they have a lot of variables and a lot of causal loop diagrams, a lot of stocks. But the main variables from the water model are water availability and demand by sector. From the energy part, the main variables are the energy technologies for electricity production, energy demand by sector, greenhouse gas emissions, and electricity generation, okay? From the food model, we have land uses, we have crop yields and food production for all three case studies, CO2 emissions from land use change and GHG balance, and food demand and diets. And also from the socioeconomic model, we have population growth, GDP, employment, investment, and consumption. Okay, it's important to note here that when we mention these loops and these connections and these variables, we like to highlight that this was made through stakeholder consulting and all the variables and all the model structures, they were adapted, and it was an iterative process between the modeling teams and the stakeholder engagement teams, so we could make models that really fit the needs of the communities in our case studies, okay? So here we have some plots of the preliminary results. I will try to show really quick here for the case study, so then we can do a quick walkthrough in Vensim, and I can show you how to simulate, how difficult it is sometimes to change things. But for the Inkomati Usuntu water management area, we have our energy index results. So the energy index has been calculating using the variables that could be modeled, aiming to represent 3 out of 5 dimensions we have in our literature. So it's a mix, basically, of 3 dimensions that are included, which are energy availability, affordability, and efficiency. So each dimension is represented by a single variable in the model, which has been normalized on a scale from 0 to 1. So to aggregate the index weights, the heights have been assigned to each dimension. So it's basically an index that shows if energy is available, affordable, and efficient, okay? We also have GDP per capita, so we can see from different scenarios how the GDP per capita could evolve, okay? We also have some land products available for croplands from the land module. So this is basically, you can see here, the crops productions from each kind of crops that are important on this case study. And we also have the total water use from the case study, okay? Now we have the same results for the Songwe case study. Now we have the energy index and the GDP per capita by scenarios. Also the land products demanded for food. So in one side, I've shown you before the land products that we can supply, and this is the demand part. So we have both in 3 models. We also have the total water use for Songwe. Also, the energy index for the Bunny case study, the GDP per capita, and also the land products and the water demand. So these results, they are just 1% of what the model can do, actually. I will try to show you now how does Vensim looks, how it is to walk through the model, to see some other results, and you can have an idea of how things are done, okay? So I will just end this slideshow and I will walk you through the model right now. Can you still see my screen? Yes. Okay. So this is the Inkomati Usunto water management area model. So this is a first view of Vensim. So here we have all kinds of tools and ways and equations and things to do. Okay, so here we have the water model. You can see the main variables, the flows, the stocks, okay, and a quick description of the model. Here is the energy model. So we can see all the life of energy production industry. We have the planification, construction, installation, and the commission. We have it for renewable energy. We have it for fossil fuel plants. We also have the policies to implement here. You can see that it's kind of huge. And we also have the connections with the other modules, such as the area occupied by power plants, water used for power plants operation. We also have the food module. You can see that it's kind of huge as well for a small case study, but we have a lot of information here, such as land use, productive uses, water body areas, wetland areas. Here, what I was showing you before, land products available for croplands, total food produced. We have the population model, as I was explaining you before, the simplest way to present the system dynamics. No, so here we have a bit of a more complex population model. So we have fertility rates, we have gender births by ratio, we have the births, the population stock, the deaths. We have an economy consumption model, so we can calculate household consumption and final consumption on the case studies. Here's the GDP model, so we can, through the scenarios, calculate the GDP, the GDP per capita, GDP by sector, and some important outputs that we can easily see after running a simulation, okay? So here you can see that I'll simulate a baseline scenario. The model runs, and we have some results, okay? So the thing is, it might be easy, no, as I'm saying and as I'm showing you guys here, but it's not so easy. So for example, I will show you some results from the energy submodel, and I will show you how difficult it is sometimes to change just one policy out of almost 36 policies we have in the model. So you can see that working with Vensim is not so usually friendly sometimes, okay? So let me just find here a variable, for example, the CO2 emissions from all economy. So here you can see that the baseline simulation, we have this pathway for CO2 emissions from all economy. And if we want to apply a different policy, we need first to live here. We must go to scenario parameters here because the VenSim is fed with all model parameters, the historical calibration parameters for the model, and also some scenario parameters and policy interventions in other Excel file. So we need to come here to the Excel file. We have to find all this data and all these policies that have been parameterized for the scenarios and policies implementation. And we have to see here, for example, this is one policy, planification of power desired by technology mode. We have the different applications of the policy. So we have low renewable energy expansion, high renewable energy expansion, and medium renewable energy expansion, which is the one that was selected before because this is the baseline. No, this is the medium, this is the trend. So now, for example, let's apply the high renewable energy expansion. We have to change it here. So it will go and look for the data to apply to the model. Let's change another policy here, which is the coal phase out. So we have a high coal phase out, which is planned by the South African government. So let's just change it to a medium one, I would say. And here the energy intensity scenarios, we can apply a high electrification of productive sectors. So we have to save, we have to go back to VenSim. And we have to run the model again. And now we can see the difference between scenarios. So let's go to the same variable. Let's see the baseline as well. And we can see that depending on the policies we implement, the results are different, okay? So here you can see that we have just run some policies that came out of my head, but we have to justify these policies. We have to build a policy set that is suitable for the case study, that is complex enough and to understand how things are made in real life. So let's have a look at other variable that is also important for the energy. So we have the total electricity mix. Here we have to change some subscripts because we have all these kinds of energy. And here you can see that based on the scenarios, the energy mix will change. And this will result, of course, in a change of electricity production, CO2 emissions, and all kinds of results. So this is mainly how VenSim works, okay? How the models are working. We have not only a lot of results for energy production, CO2 emissions, but we also have the three other models with different policies for all the models and different sets of policy implementation plans. So this is really complex, and of course, it's not so user friendly. No, so we needed some kind of tool or some kind of way to make it more user friendly, and a way to make people understand how the web nexus work and how these results are working. Okay, so that's where our friends from Cardiff, they can enter and they can explain how to translate this difficult thing to understand, this complex software, to a more user friendly kind of tool. So yes, this I think was my from is all from my side, and thank you a lot.
Thank you, Pedro. And please stay here because I'm gonna need your help. Sorry. So, my name is Adrian from Cardiff. Thank you, everybody, for attending today. And also thank you to Strathmore for hosting us, Rina for the organization and coordination of the project, and also to the other partners for their collaboration. Um, I don't know if you can share the presentation, or maybe even Pedro can keep sharing the screen if he wants, because I'm gonna need him to share his screen later on, so as you prefer. Not yet that part, Pedro. First the presentation. And well, I'm gonna try to make it short because I think we are delayed, and we are gonna have a session tomorrow for our part, which I think will be quite interesting. So you are invited to attend if you have the opportunity, because I think it will be really useful to show the some of the outputs of the project. So yeah, our main outputs of ONEPlanET are the tools that we have developed together with the rest of the partners, because we didn't want to just uh, stay on the technical side of this kind of projects. We wanted to reach also the non-technical, the non-expert people that also want to be part of the web nexus. So we have tried to develop, on the one side, one easy to use online tool, the OneSim, and on the other, a board game, the OnePlay, which tries to raise awareness of the web nexus. And tomorrow we'll have specific sessions to test the tool and to test the board game. So please, next slide. Hi. Next slide. I have a,
Yes.
but I don't know if it's me who's. Well, I can keep talking about the online tool, because as Pedro has explained, yeah, thanks. Benzim, which is the software we've used to build the models, is not very intuitive nor user easy to understand. And if you're not used to work with this kind of softwares, it can be complex to understand and work with. And you have to keep changing the parameters in the Excel files to build new scenarios. So we've tried to implement or to translate the Benzim code into an online, easy to use, easy to understand tool, which we've called OneSim. And well, I want to congratulate my friend, colleague, sorry, Carlos, who's been in charge of the developing of this tool. And this tool is quite useful because it allows to see the results in a user-friendly way, to change quickly between scenarios, between case studies. And if you're, for example, a person from the government and you want to just see a specific variable or how a specific policy impacts on your river basin or your case study, you can go to this online tool and see the results easily. And now we can go to the tool. No, sorry. Now I think I need Pedro to share the screen to show quickly the tool because we don't have access right now. Yeah, this is the tool. Thanks. And as you can see, we have the 3 case studies. I don't know if this has. Yeah, laser. Yeah, these are the 3 case studies of the project: the Bani River Basin, Songwe, and Inkomati Sutu. And if you click, for example, in one of the circles, yeah, for example, Inkomati, if you click there, you can see a lot of information about the river basin, the location, um, even some, if you scroll down, you can see uh, information about the water, the energy, the food in that specific basin. And if you click here down in the select river basin, you can see all the policies that can be applied within the model. If you want to apply them from a specific year until to another year, the level of application, and yeah, and if you go to the outputs, that out there, yeah, you can select in the drop-down menu here, yeah, you can select among the different variables. And well, as Pedro said, model has like 1,000 variables, so we didn't include all of them. And the ones you can see there come from all the consultations and the workshops we've conducted with the stakeholders in the different case studies. So everything has like a reason to be and to be selected here. So this is just a quick overview because tomorrow we'll have a session more in detail to understand and to make you to let you work and explore the tool. So please, if you are interested in this kind of tools, come tomorrow to the session, and we'll try to collect your feedback and all your opinions and review to apply it to the tool. So this is just one of the outputs from our side regarding ONEPlanET. We can go to the presentation again. Because even though this is not as technical as the models, it's still a bit boring, to be honest. So we wanted to create something more tangible and affordable, and that everybody can use and understand and even enjoy. So together with all our partners, we've also created a board game. In the next slide, the ONEPlay, yeah, that's it. Which is it's a board game with a lot of dynamics and with cards, points, life, and so on. But even though I think it's quite entertaining and funny, it's still based on the scientific side of this project, since everything is based on the models, all the policies, all the events, everything. So it has the funny part, but also the scientific and informed based decisions part. So the intention of this output is to raise awareness to the regular end user. We're also even thinking to create a version for kids, for high schools. So for sure, if you have the chance to come tomorrow, we'll have an entertaining moment to play. It's quite easy. You can discuss with other people in your groups. You can understand maybe a bit better how everything is interconnected, how a policy that you apply in the field of the water has an impact in other fields. So I think it can be a good moment to go deeper in this web nexus topic, which if you are not really part of it can sound you a bit weird, but if you play this game, I think you can feel it closer to you. So I really invite you to come tomorrow, because tomorrow for me is the good day to come. So this is all from my part. Thank you again for attending and for your attention. And I think now Esti from 3 o'clock is going to present the Knowledge Hub. Thanks a lot.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Esti San Vicente. I'm co-director of 3 o'clock. We are a social innovation agency based in France. We work at the intersection of sustainability, co-creation, and community engagement. And our role in this project was very related to capacity building and facilitating the process of capacity building materials that we have created, as well as conducting user research to understand all these needs and facilitating the co-creation activities that the project run. Can I move the... No? Okay, the presentation. Perfect. So I think there was one. Can you go one behind? Yes. So the Knowledge Hub. This is one of the 3 main results of the project related to the pillar of capacity building. And the Knowledge Hub consolidates all the work done by all the partners and also tries to translate all these complex topics into tools that are accessible to everyone. It's basically a platform, a digital space, accessible to anyone working on Web Nexus. It's open and also working on sustainable transitions across Africa. Although I mean, there's a focus on Africa, but you will see it's not only focused for African actors. Next one, please. So we conducted a participatory approach to co-design the Knowledge Hub in 2 different levels. One with the partners of the project, because everyone was involved in this activity on creating the contents. And on a second level, because we conducted as well user research to understand the capacity building needs. For that, we work with users across Kenya, Mali, South Africa, and Tanzania, and we conducted surveys and interviews and co-creation workshops. So what we found was clear. There were 3 main needs. First, the need of practical and easy to understand knowledge on the Web Nexus. Second, tools and real case studies that people can relate to and can apply. And third, connections with other people working in this field, organizations or experts, researchers, and so on. At the same time, there were several barriers, very important barriers that we identified. Users often face limited technical skills and training opportunities, a lot of fragmentation in planning across the different sectors, weak coordination for implementation, and finally, on top of that, cost and poor internet access often limit their availability to learn online. So, however, despite of these challenges, the demand was very strong. 98% of the respondents across all these countries were willing to learn more about the Web Nexus and applying these kind of tools. So with this picture, we started co-designing the Knowledge Hub. Next one, please. Yes. So as you see here, the Knowledge Hub is structured under 4 different components or sections. The first one is the ONEPlanET Academy, offering structured e-learning models The second one is the Web Nexus Innovation Database, showcasing different sustainable innovation solutions across different countries. Third, the ONEPlanET Toolkit, which provides access to both modeling and simulation tools and game that my colleagues just presented. And finally, the fourth component is this directory of experts responding to this need on networking, which gives access to, which connects the users with organization and experts. Next one, please. So I'll go briefly to present each of the four components. Then, of course, I'll invite you to take the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and use it. So the first, the academy. So it is a free online academy with different e-learning courses on the Web Nexus. It includes, each course includes videos, readings, and practical exercises. And you can complete these courses independently, or you can follow the path of the 5 different modules. Next one. Yes, as you see here, the academy is structured into 5 different learning models. These models allows users to dive into very basic or more basic, let's say, web aspects of the Web Nexus, like really the foundation, and to go on to more practical content, like, for example, cross-sectoral solutions, or even there's a module on co-creation and empowerment and governance and leadership. So as you see, there's different aspects that we include in this module and that we have been working during the project with all the partners. So this is about the academy, okay? Then the innovation database. The innovation database was developed by Cyprus Institute in collaboration with other partners, and it is not a static catalog. What we wanted here is to really have like a more dynamic and repository. It includes right now, to date, 104 integrated solutions across Web Nexus, present in more than 25 countries globally, and there are, I think, half of them, so around 53 African solutions from 12 different countries. When we say that it's a dynamic and live catalog, is because it allows users as well, like you, to submit new solutions and participate in the growth of this catalog. So you will see it's very easy. There's a form. You can send us as well, for example, if there's a solution that you know and or that is being implemented here in Kenya, you can fill in this form from the platform, and we can include this solution as well. So the idea is really to follow this participatory process and grow this database. Just to show you an example, how is this database structured? Here you see there are different, the solutions are presented in the form of cards, like you see these three of them. It is possible to filter them per sector. There are solutions covering the water, energy, food. There are solutions more focused on energy and water. So you can first filter per sector. You can also have a look at the IP behind these solutions. Are these solutions open, marketable? They are maybe more in a pilot phase. Is it something more innovative, or they are being implemented on the ground? So all these where the location, so there are different filters, so it allows you to play a little bit on this information. And then once you select your solution, for example this one, you can see there's a different type of information included, and also some references to the companies maybe that they are implementing these solutions. Next one, please. So this is for the database. We move on to the third component, which is the ONEPlanET Toolkit. but I won't explain more because Adrian already explained about this, and I hope that tomorrow you can join this session to discover the ONEPlay game, which is very, very interesting. But this ONEPlanET toolkit was developed by Cartif separately, but it's fully accessible from the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub. So you will have access to both tools, the OneSim and the ONEPlay. Next one. And finally, the directory of experts. So it is, again, similarly to the database and following the same logic. It's a growing directory connecting water, energy, food professionals across Africa and Europe. You have different possibles to search these experts, either by sector, by type of organization. We say it's open because we really want to enrich this database. So again, it is very easy to suggest you as an expert working on the different topics. You just have to write following a form and we will include you in this directory. Today, I think we have around 60 experts already registered, and we would like to really grow this database. You can see, you can search the experts by organization and type of sector, but also you can search them. There's a map, but you can also search them depending on the region, big regions, let's say. Next one. And so this is everything about the Knowledge Hub. It was a quick overview, so I really invite you to go on to check the different components and to see if it's interesting and helpful for you. I wanted to. I don't know if we are. I will do my best because I'm not sure I can share the results, but we just add 4 questions, very easy ones, to get some feedback on your interest on this platform. So you can scan this QR code, or you can go to menti.com and enter this code. It's just very simple 4 questions that will be very helpful. So I'm not sure I can share these, but otherwise I can share with you the results that I see in my computer, okay? Can you enter? Is it okay? Or the first one that is in, can you let me know? All good? Okay. So I just leave a few seconds more. And let's see. The first question is, who is in the room? Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to present each of us. I hope now during the coffee break we will have the time to know who you are, but it would be helpful to understand who you are representing here today, because in this Knowledge Hub we have different type of users. I hope all the categories cover the representation. I see 22 of 29 respondents, so let's see. Okay, almost there. It was not a difficult question, but it takes time to get into the tool. It's really a pity that you cannot see the results. What I see here, and sorry for showing this like this, but it's that there's representation across all type, let's say, of profiles, but with bigger representation, which makes sense on the research and academia students, also on civil society, NGO and civil society representation. Also, we have representatives from public authorities and private sector and practitioners. So we are covering all the categories of the key users of the and our targets in the project, which is fantastic. If we go on to the next section, which section of the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub seems most useful to you? I can refresh. We had the academy with the e-learning courses. We had this innovation database, the simulation tool and the game, so the OneSim, and finally this directory of experts. Okay. There are still 10 people responding. Oh, very interesting, because we did a similar presentation, and we also had feedback in Cape Verde last year, and the results were quite different. So this is very interesting. So as you see here, the toolkit, so more the practical tools and the game, is the section that seems most useful. Here, there's also the innovation database, so 1/3 of the people in the room, and directory of experts, and also there's interest on the academy. However, on the other presentation, we got more interest on the e-learning courses, but this is a very interesting result for us to see that there are other sections as well, depending maybe on the profiles that could be most useful for you. Okay, next question. Which module or topic from the ONEPlanET Academy interests you the most? So more the foundations, so more basic principles about the Web Nexus approach. There's a module, I know you don't know very well what's in the different modules, but there's another one on modeling and scenario planning. On the cross-sectoral solutions, so to discover these integrated solutions. There's one on local co-creation and empowerment, so how to really involve the community when developing Nexus approaches. And finally, one more on governance or innovative leadership. Almost there. Okay, there's interest on everything, so we're starting well. There's no module without interest. Okay, let's say that there are two modules where I see more interest, which is the modeling and scenario planning, maybe linked to this interest on these tools, and the local co-creation and empowerment. When we conducted this user research, this was one of the areas where we saw a lot of interest and lack of skills from especially, I would say, public authorities on how to really include co-creation onto this planning. No? So, and then there's as well interest on the Nexus approach, sectoral solutions, and innovative leadership. And I think this is the last question. It's okay, with the overview that I gave you, what other topics, tools, features would you like to see in the Knowledge Hub? We are at the end of the project, but however, we are looking on how we can go beyond the project with this Knowledge Hub and maybe scale up or maybe being integrated in another program. So I think this could be very useful for us, this question. I know this takes a bit more of time, but just put the first ideas that come to your mind. We are almost on the coffee break, so it's coming very soon. Okay, it's increasing. Okay, just give some few seconds for the ones developing a lot of ideas, but let's see. This is also going to be very useful for us, so we will be also analyzing more in detail these responses for this hopefully second part of the project. Okay. Let's see. I will share with you the main, okay, so we have successful cases. I think this is very important to see really real implementation on the Nexus approach, and you will see in the innovation database, okay? So this was one of the aims of this, but we would like to populate more with case studies as well. Expert training on modeling, okay? How do we use it for the new case studies? I guess this is more how do we use these models, no? Maybe, or for the new case studies, we will have after the coffee break a round table where we are going to explore how we are going to use these results in practice. So I think maybe I will leave the modelers respond to this. Linking research policy and practice. Gender inclusion and voicing of women and marginalized people in society. There's in one of the modules, there are two webinars that we conducted on this topic, which you will be you can see the videos. So I'm not sure if it was on the first module, on the basics of the web nexus, where we treated or we covered this part of the gender dimension, but also on the co-creation part. We are also covering this part on how to engage on making more inclusion engagement. Okay, so this is something that, of course, we can bring more to the Knowledge Hub, but it's already there. Environmental conservation and sustainability, more tutorials and case studies, guides on how to create sustainable impacts locally and personally, so each individual can contribute. Okay, very interesting. More web topics and tools applied across the continent. So you will see this. This is well covered on the between the academy and the innovation database. Embedding use cases on the web tool. Yes, we will see, and we will talk about the tool and the use of this tool in other case studies. Follow up on real implementation of solutions in case studies. So I think there's some interest on this. I can see a lot of these solar energy installations. You will see in the database, you will find, and there's a module also on the cross solutions where we are looking at these aspects as well. Publications, including reports and journals, articles. There's a little bit, but I think this can be really improved. Interactive learning activities for children or youth to start introducing them to the easiest part of the topic. So there's the game that Cardiff has developed, but there are also some workshops that we have conducted on the impacts of climate change on Web Nexus, and you can see there are some guidelines to see and to conduct these workshops in the Knowledge Hub. Again, successful stories, case studies, deeper AI inputs. Okay, I don't know who wrote this and what are you referring to, but if maybe it's related to some AI skills or integrate climate change impacts on Nexus, policy frameworks, environmental laws, ideas and innovative area where people compete as groups or individually. Okay. You will see for this, we conducted a hackathon actually here in Strathmore University, and we will talk about this in the first roundtable, but actually we follow this approach to co-design solutions responding to Web Nexus challenges in Kenya. And finally, innovation and planning, digital planning. Okay, and how the project can be cascaded to lower levels, more at county level. The scales, this is something that we can also talk during the first roundtable. So thank you very much. We will be looking more in detail to all these responses. Again, there are two components on the One Knowledge Hub, which is the innovation database and the expert directory, which are live, let's say, components. So please feel free to propose yourself as an expert or an innovation that you already know or you are working in, so we can also grow this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esti. So now we will have a coffee break, 20 minutes around. We resume at 11:30. I don't know where it's going to be, so we can... yes. Okay, perfect.
Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars, and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of One Planet does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, One Planet has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, One Planet reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the One Planet Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, One Planet contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the One Planet Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines One Planet is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of One Planet does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, One Planet has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, One Planet reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the One Planet Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars, and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET Hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars, and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkomati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkomati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks. to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds, and over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Investment, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy. Over the past 3 years, ONEPlanET has evolved from an ambitious vision into a collaborative platform driving innovation, knowledge, and impact. What began as a project has grown into a shared community, bringing together partners across Africa and Europe to advance sustainable solutions at the intersection of water, energy, and food systems. Funded by the European Union, ONEPlanET reflects a collective commitment to strengthening collaboration, advancing clean energy transitions, and promoting integrated data-driven decision-making. Through collaboration across disciplines, countries, and institutions, the project has developed tools, knowledge, and frameworks to support more sustainable and resilient futures. Key moments along the journey brought this vision to life. From general assemblies in Nairobi, Paris, and Cabo Verde, where partners aligned strategies, exchanged knowledge, and strengthened partnerships, to spaces where innovation was actively explored and tested. In Nairobi, the ONEPlanET hackathon brought together bright minds and bold ideas, as participants collaborated to tackle real-world challenges within the water-energy-food nexus. Across digital platforms, webinars and knowledge-sharing sessions connected stakeholders across continents, fostering dialogue, learning, and a growing community of practice. This momentum extended into hands-on, real-world engagement. Through living labs and field activities in Songwe, Inkamati, and the Bani River basins, solutions were co-created, tested, refined, and grounded in local realities, ensuring they are practical, inclusive, and scalable. These efforts were complemented by site visits and technical exchanges, including engagements in Cabo Verde at the Center of Renewable Energy and Industrial Maintenance, where the consortium explored renewable energy systems in action, bridging knowledge with real-world implementation. Beyond these activities, ONEPlanET contributed to global conversations, sharing insights, building partnerships, and expanding its reach and influence. The project has also delivered lasting outputs from the OneSim modeling toolkit and policy recommendations to the ONEPlanET Knowledge Hub and Academy, ensuring that knowledge, tools, and insights remain accessible beyond the project. But what defines ONEPlanET is not only what has been achieved, it is how it has been achieved. Through co-creation and collaboration, through shared learning, through a collective vision for a sustainable future. Today, as we reflect on this journey, we also look ahead. Because the impact of ONEPlanET does not end here, it continues through the people, partnerships, and solutions it has helped shape. This is not just the end of a project, it is the beginning of its legacy.
We are going the models, but also we would like to see how these models or these tools translate into real decision and capacity on the ground. No, this is the main, I would say, questions that probably you have, is like how we really apply these models to real life, no, and how can we use them, how can we scale them, replicate them, and so on. So for this, I will invite some project partners. So in this first table, we are going to have ONEPlanET project partners, because we are going to talk about how we are going to use the results. In the next round tables, we will have also external speakers that came also to bring different perspectives on different topics that we are going to talk about. So if I have the... I know the partners that can come. So I would like to invite to my colleagues. So Adrian from Cartif, responsible for, as you've seen, a big part of the modeling and the tool. You can have a seat here. We have as well, okay, good. We have as well, sorry, Gladys. Gladys Kerubo from Strathmore University. Strathmore University played a big role in this project in capacity building, but also in the co-design of functionalities of the tools, because we organize many workshops here in Kenya, and also on a program of mobilizing research across Africa and Europe. So she will be bringing this perspective. We have Carlo from Universidad di Genova in Italy. This university as well played a role on the capacity building and the hosting and mobilizing of researchers. Thank you. Cuthbert from University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. They were involved in the modeling part, but also they lead the case study in Inkomati. So they have a lot to say about also community engagement and data in the case study. Abdullah Ibalo from ECRI, Cape Verde, leading as well one of the case studies in Mali, and traveled around everywhere as well. So he will tell us a lot about the case studies, and finally myself, that I will be moderating this session. So I have some questions that I will be asking to my colleagues, but also if you have any questions, you've been listening to the presentation, we're going to talk about the results. Feel free to also raise your hand maybe at the end to ask any questions, or you can see I have some colleagues here as well that can collect also if you have a specific question and you want us to write it and I can ask it. So please feel free to ask for some support. So Carlos there can help you if you want to write a post-it and he will bring the question, okay? So I will start the roundtable with a very hot topic on the modeling side, which is data, okay? And for this, my question will be addressed first to Adrián from Cartif, in charge of this part of the modeling and tool. And also I would like to listen to the perspective of the case studies, okay? So first, I will ask Adrián. So what were the biggest challenges in terms of data that you had, either on collection or availability, and that you faced during this, let's say, building of the models and the tools, and how did you deal with them, if you deal with them?
Yeah, hi. Well, hi everybody again. I've been talking to some of you during the coffee break, and you also work with data modeling, etc. And you know that data may be the most critical point when you're trying to build or to develop a model, because if you want to build something reliable and strong, if you don't have data, especially if you don't have accurate data, reliable data, it's impossible to set a model up that really captures the reality of the place, in this case the river basin or the country you want to represent. So yeah, data is totally essential, and we've struggled a bit during this project to get this data, because one of the main challenges or problems that we've had in ONEPlanET is somehow the lack of local partners in our case studies, because ONEPlanET works at a river basin scale. So even though we have, for example, here is present partner from South Africa, we wanted to develop a model that represents one specific river basin. So we don't have direct access to the agency or the people living there, working there. So it was very difficult to get that data. And I prefer not to talk about other case studies where it was almost impossible. So we had to manage to get that data from different sources, to apply downscaling algorithms and processes that were really complex. So it's been a challenge. We're happy because we've been able to solve it somehow, and the data that we've been working with, I would say, is quite reliable. So I'm happy.
Adrián,
but
maybe can you say what type of data? Just not explaining everything, but maybe.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm talking about data, but data is abstract. Yeah.
Like what kind of type of data you were looking for? Some just to.
For example, I mean, I didn't build the models, but I know how they work. And in the case of the energy submodel, you need to know the capacity installed in the basin, for example, if they use fossil fuels or if they have PV panels, the electricity consumption, how the grid is. In the case of the water submodel, the available water, the demand from the agricultural side, the amount of livestock, the crops they grow in the basin. And all this information can be available, but sometimes it's in private data sets, so you have to pay for it, or it's not
clearly specified, so you have to work with it and try to translate it to your necessities. So it's a difficult process, and for future projects, especially if you work in projects like this or in any kind of modeling project, I would recommend everybody to include in the consortium local people, local communities, to have direct contact with people living there, working there, or at least that they know the governments, the agencies, because I think that's the best way to have access to the real data, because you need that data to create something useful for the people. So as I think this is something that we are all gonna say during this roundtable, sorry for talking a lot, but
He's very passionate about data, so maybe it was the big question.
well, yeah, well, we need to work directly with local people, regardless if it's in Africa or in Europe or wherever. We need to work in the field with people. And that's my opinion.
Thank you, Adrian. And from the other side, from the other perspective, from the case study perspective, because you were also collaborating to collect some data. You did also co-creation workshops both in Mali and in Nkomati in South Africa. So what were the biggest challenges for you to collect data? Let's try to be short, so I can also ask you other things. So, for example, in Mali.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, my name is Abdullah Balo. So, I was involved in data collection for the 3 case study, but especially for Mali. So, as Adrian mentioned, so the biggest challenge is to have local data, because the study for Mali is based in Bani River Basin, which is at a local level. So those data you cannot say that it does not exist, or if it exists, is a few. And when we try to collect, do some workshop so that the policymakers can be implicated for those activities so that we can access the data. But they will give the national data. So as Adrian mentioned, they have to do downscaling to have some of local data, which is very difficult. And the problems, another problem is that even on a literature review, so to access those data to get on literature is difficult also. For instance, if you go to the policy document, because we collect more policy data for the projection, so it's difficult to get the current or the accurate. If, for instance, you go to the energy data or water data, and the policy want to quantify the electricity in 2030. To get those data is difficult. You have to go to the NGO or a World Bank to have some of this data, which is not at a local, sometimes it's not at a national level, is in general. So most of the government or different countries are not implicating on really on the data for a local. They are waiting for a fund from the other NGO to access to or to investigate those data. So the biggest problem is the country are not involving on data building for a local level.
Thank you, Abdullah. Cuthbert, did you encounter as well similar challenges? So we are seeing that it's lack of local data that we can access maybe to national ones, but it's the local data which is missing, and this is the one that it really needed to model like a reality. Did you encounter this challenge?
Yeah, I can relate to what colleagues have said. With respect to South Africa, the issue of data availability is a challenge, especially at the local level. At the national level, you can access some data. For example, they have got a database for hydrology and other water issues at national level. But now when you look at the local level, which was the water management area, They collect some data for water because they are a catchment management agency. They just collect for water. They don't have any data for energy. They don't have any data for food. So at that catchment level, the data is not available for energy and food. You can only access it at a national level. But also when you go to the national level, it's easy to get data for water. It's easy to get data for energy. But data for food, it was very hard to find. Sometimes you would go to some offices to ask about maybe the existing irrigation schemes, like their areas of establishment, their areas of operation. You can't find that information even from the planners and the managers. But when you ask some people, why is this data so difficult to find? You find that in some sectors, data is, there is red tape on some certain data. They can give you some data, but sometimes they cannot give you because for them, it's like a security issue or a security concern. When I was asking about the irrigation schemes, because I was in contact with some of the engineers, they would tell me that what happened is the schemes, they were not established the right way. They were asked to design and cite some irrigation schemes by people up there. And then when they did feasibility studies, they were told, they found that there was no sufficient water to operate those schemes. But they were told to go ahead because it was a political issue. It was an issue of food security, an issue of national importance, and also there was some political value to the irrigation schemes. So whether there was water or there was no water, you just had to go ahead. So now if you now go and ask such information, it becomes difficult for them to give you right away. You have to rely sometimes on connections and something like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Adrian, I will keep on the modeling and then we are going to move more on to the capacity building and educational part. But Adrian, how do you think we ensure that these models remain open, updated and used beyond the ONEPlanET project? We need to keep short the responses, otherwise we won't have time to address different topics.
I'm going to be very fast. Well, these models can be updated and be live, let's say, by updating the data. Everything like is up to the data. So if you have data, for example, for other case studies or even for other scales, not at real racing level, you can recreate or modify a bit these models and to build your own models for your case study, for your region, for your province, for whatever. You only need the data and obviously a little bit of the knowledge how to model. But with accurate and reliable data, you can keep modeling or even improve the models we've done because there's a lot of room for improvement. So yeah, with data you can keep updating them and yeah, that's it. I think yeah, that's the feature of this kind of projects is keep collecting even better data and validate them. Okay, like if you start running the model in 2020 and now we are, for example, in 2025, you can validate if the models are representing what has actually happened well or if there's something wrong, and include more historical data between 2020 and 2025. So it's a matter of keep collecting data, keep improving what have been done so far, and I think that's the best way.
And do these models, or how these models account, if they do, for unexpected events like some if they do with climate events or global shocks like conflicts we are facing right now, do these models somehow account for this, or?
I mean, it's quite difficult because these models based on historical data, and you can see, for example, during the COVID, you can see that the GDP, for example, decreased a lot, but it was because of an external event, let's say, and you cannot predict or forecast that something like COVID is going to happen in 15 years, but
can you model somehow this kind
yeah,
of
I mean, you can implement
event?
policies, let's say, or events, saying, okay, what happens if, for example, in 10 years there's a war in the country, and you suppose that, okay, if it's a war, there are gonna be problems with the energy and with the economy. So you try to put what you think can happen and
Simulate.
see how the rest of the systems behaves with these disturbance, like external disturbance. I think that's the best way to, but it's totally impossible to be accurate with something that has not happened and that you are not expecting to happen.
Okay. One almost last question on the tools and the models. So more for the case studies. We have to keep short responses, but where do you see? So now you know better, no, how the things work, no, in your case study, and so where do you see the biggest gap between what the tools suggest, no, with Simulate, and what institutions can implement?
Okay, thank you for that question. So I said to be brief. I did not start. Honestly, I did not implement for a case study yet. So I'm planning for April.
Okay.
So, but I follow for Songwe and Yukumati. Maybe my colleague can say more about it.
Is there any gap on the capacity? I mean,
because for now, why the model even a delay? It's about the data. Yeah. So for Bani River Basin, so the gap was the policy data and the other energy source or water data.
Cuthbert, maybe, so to be more straightforward on the question, is really what we obtain, the output of these tool and models, is it something really helpful to take a decision for an institution? Or it's still we are a bit far and we still need to readapt this?
Yeah, so I think the tools, they are technically sound. Of course, they need to be improved here and there. But maybe there are some external factors that may be posing as the gaps between the outputs of the model and the reality on the ground. For example, you will see tomorrow when we play the game, we are imagining that we are a government or we are an authority in charge of a river basin, and we will be cooperating in that game. But in real life, is that what we see when people in governments or people in municipalities, when they plan for water, for energy and food? In the real world, these things are being planned in silos. So I think one of the gaps has to do with the way in which institutions are still operating in silos because of the way in which they are structured. Maybe another gap is to do with the level of implementation of our policies. Because in the two, we are assuming that we have like implementation of a policy at 100%, sometimes which is not the reality. Some authorities may implement a policy halfway. Sometimes they may implement it at 100%, or sometimes they may implement something else which is even outside their policy, just because maybe they are responding to an immediate need. And maybe one last point is the assumption is of availability of financial resources. There is a wealth component in the model also. So we are assuming that there is money to implement, but in the real world, is the money there? Sometimes the money is there, but it is also allocated to other things beyond water, energy, and food. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to move to another big pillar of the project, as we saw before, which is has been capacity building on the ground and how to translate all these complex topics into more accessible tools, but also knowledge. And so in this project, there were different actions that we ran. One was creating the Knowledge Hub, but we also organized a hackathon with university students here in Strathmore, and not only students. We had also representatives from public institutions and private companies that participate. And there was also a research mobility program. This question is for Gladys, because you were one of the researchers as well that participate in the program. So we've seen that there's a lot of lack of skills and that we need to really improve on this part of the capacity building. Can you share a little bit the experience on the different activities we organize here, and how can this maybe help on the project? Or
Thank you, Esti. I think I will want to look at it from 3 perspectives. When I look at capacity building in terms of skills, one, as we listen to our colleagues who are doing the technical work when it comes to the modeling itself, we realize there's some gaps when you listen to them carefully. For me, what ONEPlanET stood out for me was looking at these in 3 layers. One was the technical capacity or when it comes to systems dynamics modeling. So I don't think that when it comes to both Europe and Africa that we have a lack of technical capacity, but it is rather the know-how on how, when you're looking at the result, how do we get there is that we have. So in my opinion, it is that as modelers, you already know what you want. You already are in an ideal situation. But then you have to go to the ground and try to test and simulate these ideal models that you're having. So then comes the systems dynamics in there, because you don't know everything. You have the policymakers, you have the communities where these models must be tested and all that. So for me, it is the process of how do modelers then deal with this uncertainty. So that was one of the ways where we have learned how to co-create and co-design some of these as a solution to mitigating these problems. So the issue of how best can we get data, the people who have data, I know like what Cuthbert has talked about, especially the food component. In Africa, generally, when we're looking at land use, it's very sensitive, and I can understand that they are not eager to give out this information. However, when we did the hackathons here and we invited our colleagues and partners from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Climate Change, when they understood what this is for, then they were able to share some of this data in terms of it being used for research purposes and not commercial purposes. So that showed the impact from the synergy works. The second part is, apart from the technical part, the second part, which is the interpreting part. So as a modeler, I know what data inputs I need, the assumptions, and how the output will look. But someone in the community who you are doing this for does not understand that. The policymaker doesn't understand that. So it was very important that we had like the game, even if it was at the very initial stage. And also I had the opportunity, and I think Diana as well, to go to South Africa for the Advanced Winter School. And the game was really important because we were students, but suddenly when we were doing this as the president and all that, and you see people now, doing what actually happens, and I remember, like in my group, some people almost fought for resources, but it is a very, it's not a real environment. It is a bit, there is some form of insulation in there. So to think that this is what happens in real life scenarios could be worse than what was happening during the game actually gives you a different mindset. So these games were very important when we had policymakers, people from communities, to try and see actually, in the end, these scenarios, most of them might not end up being in the model, but most are very critical to show predictability and accuracy of how events will look like in 50, 20 years, depending on their temporal scale. Then the final one is now the dissemination and capacity building, institutionalizing this capacity. So I know that most people here, this is not new to anyone, that most of our capacity building lasts probably 3 days, 5 days because of limited resources. However, what we have seen that has been happening with ONEPlanET is that there was the issue of continuous learning that was embedded from the inception of the project. So because of that, there was continuity, where you see that from co-creation of what the project was meant to achieve, when we got to after the first year and we realized, okay, probably this is not looking like what we were intending to, then came the hackathons and all that, things that were not meant to be part of the project, but then they were really important to ensure continuous learning. So that was very much appreciated. I will want to say, though, that co-creation and co-design is not easy from experience. It has taken us, I think, 18 months since we started the conversation, Fabio, 3 o'clock.
Even more.
And so about 18 months to get here. So it's not easy. It's a very bureaucratic process. But then when you look at the results, it tends to make some things but it tends to be more accurate and reliable than when you skip these steps. So for me, that was very key, and the complementarity of all these skills from people, the multidisciplinary nature, really enriched the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Gladys. Before opening the floor for new questions, I would like to, Carlo, it's from University of Genoa in Italy, is one of the universities as well hosting this mobility, research mobility program. Sorry. And we've seen that there was a need for connecting, between organizations. That's why we create this directory, to meet experts working on these topics, and cooperation between organizations. And I think you played a role on this as a hosting mobility program between researchers. If you can share a little bit about how this can also improve in both senses for the European universities or institutions, and for the African ones. I'm not sure if it's me or...
No, I think it was that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, as you said, the cooperation between partners in general, but in this case between European and African, is the key for the success of all these things that we do. Particularly, I think, modeling, but also I think that, creating connections, which is the key then to success, and also for, having a future for the activities of this project. So, as University of Genoa, we work in many European projects, in particular my research group. So, I think that in this way, the most we create connections between European and African countries and between people, because in the end, I think this is what makes the difference. Then the most successful outputs we can obtain. Of course, modelings are always sometimes unreliable, but at least we do some scenario analysis. Then, of course, we have to compare the outputs with the implementation and all the limitations that we have seen, data collection, policy, economics, and everything that we have told. But I think, of course, this is, let's say, the fundamental step to take actions. So,
Thank you, Carlo. Do you have any question to or that you would like to address that hasn't been addressed? We will have more roundtables talking more about the next step, no, the future, and looking more at other like the implementation. And but if you don't have any questions, I will ask the last one. So all of like each of you, you can respond very briefly. So if you have to select one priority action, I know there are a lot, but maybe think on your role. One priority action to scale this project or our tool or our capacity building program, what it would be?
So, in my opinion, since we are here in Kenya and we've been here many times, I think it would be nice to use Kenya as a case study, taking advantage of all the contacts we have here. And I think we will have more data here to build great models that are useful for the community. So trying to use the resources we have in a smarter way.
I don't want to preempt much for the afternoon, but I think under the able leadership of Professor Israel, we have something very good coming. And what Adriana said is very key to that. So we want to be the first university that will be scaling these innovative solutions. So that will be, for me, my key priority for ONEPlanET going forward.
Thank you for leaving as well this interest on the next sessions.
well, in my opinion, I think that this case study, let's say successful case studies, can be the basis for replications in other countries to promote this kind of analysis, which, as I said before, can be always useful, because at least to have, let's say, explore the opportunities that we have for sustainable growth in Africa.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree with colleagues. We need to implement and demonstrate to gather enough evidence for further scaling, because that is what is lacking. Sometimes policymakers, they ask you, you want us to leave other approaches like IWRM, like INRM for the wave nexus. Why should we leave those things, those approaches? Where is the effectiveness of the nexus? So we can only show the effectiveness by demonstration through implementation at whatever smallest unit makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will join as I'm also involved on the replication. So the successful of the tools will be to replicate over different regions in Africa. Yeah.
Thank you very much for bringing your perspective, for your participation. I think it was a very rich discussion, and we will continue discussing on other different topics and with other panels. Hopefully this conversation has helped clarify a little bit some aspects about the data, about the co-design aspect and co-creation of this project, replication, the role that the case studies have in this kind of research project. And thank you very much for your time. Now I think we have the break lunch, and that we will have time until 2. So we will need to be back at 2. Ready for the next sessions, that they will be very interesting. Thank you.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF.
Seriously?
Good afternoon, everyone. So we can go for lunch in the same tent we were in. Can go right now. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let's go for lunch in the same tent we were in.
Yeah?
By what time?
2, to be back by 2. It's written there.
the curves of my life, cut away the strife. was a sanctuary.
Through few, let's say, slides, and unfortunately, there is not a big screen, so I hope you will be able to follow at least the sense of what I'm trying to present. This is a slide coming from Pedro, so you already saw it. It's how, in terms of system modeling, you can characterize the nexus. So it's for science, let's say for scientists working on system modeling. But there is another way you can frame exactly the same concept, which is for people working on processes of innovation and transition of systems. So where you have to take into account what is happening in the reality of this multi-layered, let's say, policy system, social system, and ecological constraints. And this is very important, let's say, conceptualization of what we did, because as you see, there is in the bottom, you have where we make innovation. So it's what we name niches. So it's where you are making activities in the labs, you are trying to develop new markets with, let's say, edge technologies, you are trying to change the behavior of communities because you are creating, let's say, a co-owned model for energy, water, and food production, and so on. So whatever is happening in the bottom is what we can create through standard processes of innovation, which are the typical processes, if they work well, we have in academy, in innovative NGOs, and so on. Then you have in the layer in the middle, you have what we call the regime. The regimes are very structured systems that don't want to change. So we were discussing during the lunchtime that if you have people creating a system which is based on fossil fuels, they will resist until they die because this is the way they are making money, this is the way the industries are built, this is the international trade system. Also, in this, let's say, regime, you have the culture of people, the way people are used to do things. So it's very hard to change the behaviors of people. So the cultural dimension is another dimension. What we have been learning, in the sense that this was a very good experiment, this project, is that these geographies, these regimes are geographically based. So there are, and this is the last layer, there are landscape forces acting on them. Maybe they stabilize them, maybe they destabilize them. As an example, an enormous landscape force we see today, in these days, is the war in the Gulf. It's a destabilizer because it's raising the prices, it's creating fear about the cost of fuels and so on. So what is in the layer of regimes is affected by this landscape level and could be also transformed by what we generate in the niches. But in order to let what we do in the niches raise and change these systems, we need something in between, which is not an individual innovation. It's not that we invent something in a lab and this is going to change the world. We need an environment which is helping these innovations to raise, to have a policy space to be, let's say, nurtured. They have some money. They have sandboxes when things can be tried. So what we do here is to combine research and innovation actions, so money for making new things in the labs, with this combination of, let's say, immaterial systems, living labs, community of practice, and systems to put together scientists and policymakers and try to make policies which are data-based, model-based. So this is exactly what we are doing in ONEPlanET. The component I'm, let's say, stressing today and which is part of the discussion is the living lab, because we thought this would have been very useful here to demonstrate the kind of space we have to create, where academicians, small and medium enterprises, regulators and policymakers, and especially people, so the ones who are going to change the way they do things, are talking together and trying to find where the real problems are. So if the real problem is credit, we can make fantastic innovations in the lab. We might have our companies working on new energy models in integrating with water management, but this will not fly because the problem is the structure of credit. So we have to tackle that problem at the level of a micro system. So the living labs are open innovation spaces where you create the condition for these 4 kinds of stakeholders to act, and to act under a mission. So the mission in the case of ONEPlanET is to establish a functioning water, energy, and food nexus, which is helping people to live better and help the environment to stay clean. So that's the, let's say, mandate of living labs that are acting on the nexus. So what I presented here very briefly is expanded in a paper we just published 1 week ago. So if you have an academic interest or a more general interest on approaching this theory of what we name the transition of socio-technical ecological systems, so where everything is framed because of constraints at the level of society, including economics, technology, and constraints from the environment. I want to stress that one important trigger we saw is acting on these systems is made by the UN SDGs. So if you take them seriously, the Sustainable Development Goals, they are helping in alignment of these layers of action, because they are giving a compass, and this is probably the reason why a lot of people don't like them. In practical terms, we started designing the Living Lab through a number of activities which were made here, because we have been connecting the design of the Living Lab with the hackathon which was organized by 3 o'clock in Strathmore. So we started warming up the process during the hackathon. We brought a team from Strathmore to Cyprus to work together and make experience together on the way you can design a living lab, having that theory on your mind, but on the other side having an idea of how the real life and the real environment is working. So the ones you can engage, what you want to focus upon, and so on. And this was approved by the ENOL, the European Network of Living Labs, which is an association giving a kind of standard of quality of the living lab, of the living labs at the European level. And this was a quite successful activity we made together, because we have been working on the application, and this is now officially approved. And then I will give to you the floor, Israel, for expanding on what is this for Strathmore and for Kenya, and potentially, beyond. If you want to move the slides. Yeah, as you want.
Yes. So if you allow me, I can talk like the elder seated. Yeah, so thank you very much for the opportunity, Fabio, to talk a bit. We have, through him, I visited Cyprus, and also the hello? No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, just to avoid the echo from that one.
Okay, right. Yeah, so and then there I was told about the Living Labs, the project, isn't it? And we there is something that we like very much, is getting things done. a lot of good things are told, are mentioned, are even put in good paper, but it does not change society, you know. So it so happens that it normally is a project with a beginning and end, and then when it finishes, we actually prepare a very nice report. We do the things for the auditors as well, no? That they next time they may think of us again for a new study. And that stays there, like can be in a shelf of a secretary or a minister and things like that. And then, so when I heard Fabio talking about the living labs and then beginning in internalizing it, and then the first thing that occurred, I have never been invited to join a partner, and then says, now first go out there and get letters of support. That was what you asked. Living Labs says you want to have it, Strathmore. I felt that it is very close to our heart, very close to the things that we want to hear, that the university deals with R&D, deals with capacity building, and then create ideas that can transform the lives of people on the other side. And then, yeah, it was just perfect. And then he sent us, to do 5 letters of recommendation, isn't it? And then it was, one of the letters was from Kengen, you know, Boniface is former Kenya Power now with the regulator, but yes, it was Kengen, doing very fine as an institution. The other one was Safaricom. We've been working, doing consultancy for Safaricom. You should know that they pay our electric bill of $4.5 million per month in electricity. And then please add another $2 million for fuel, because each BTS tower, those communication towers, have a generator, and it has a battery bank. And then there are the equipments that cannot be off, not even a hundredth of a minute. Yeah? So they were paying these things. We did a bit of an offshoot from here, from Strathmore, called OffGen. We said, look, if you go for this, you can get this amount of saving, but super clear, no? And then we solarized 1,200 BTS, and it made him save something like $400,000 per month, you know, 400,000. Eh? So they were very happy. Of course, we were very happy. So now I could say that Living Labs is helping the communication institution to do less carbon emission, you know, because the generator is no longer there. Yeah. So Safaricom, Kengen, then now Boniface here works for the government. There are people who say, government, these people are very complicated. You know, are you complicated? Yes, and then it's a way of saying, perhaps I can't work with him or her. But once I was told by a very, very wise lady from Russia, she told me, Da Silva, good people are everywhere. Find them, work with them. And it is happening, isn't it, Fabio? Yeah, so that is the way we did it. Must confess, it was last year, end of last year, that we met. We haven't yet implemented anything, but a possibility of getting the mind of Living Labs and peg it to our masters. You know, we created a masters here in Strathmore called Sustainable Energy Transition. If you are an IT guy, come, because you know the link with the transformers and the inverters and the thing is now done by say how do you say, the issue of programming and things like that. Yeah, so the digital twin, they say, yeah. You have access to that equipment in Kenya, but you are in Bolivia, in Latin America. So these are the things that we say, wow, this is very interesting. And we did the thing, we save the money, we reduce emission. Now we have to respond. No, what in terms of continuous supporting for this and making the life of people different, you have to get things done. I told you IT, but what if you are a lawyer? You have to do legal aspects of the energy, the electricity. This institution, Strathmore, is an independent power producer. We have a 0.7 mega power on top of these roofs here, and the penetration is about 30%. So we don't use all the power that because it comes the night and it closes, but during the day, yeah. So it so happens that you can now, as a lawyer, work on that. We have these things for 14 years now. We sell power to Kenya Power because we don't consume, and they are paying 12 cents of a dollar per kilowatt hour. It's sweet, ask Mark. So that's the thing. So I am actually, we are having lawyers learning the issue of carbon emission reduction. Yeah. And the same could be said for an engineer, obviously, and also for an environmentalist, even stakeholder management, and the community. So this is what you are about to see. They came here today. We are finishing the ONEPlanET with the triple helix, the issue of the electricity brings water, water brings food, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the thing, and this is what our people are studying, because this continent called Africa, with 54 countries, 1.5 billion people, is so poor that the GDP combined of all 54 countries is smaller than the GDP of France, with 60 million people, and like 20 times smaller than us, and no resource, So that's what we are in, is big thing. We want to change the world, and it begins with each one of us saying, I can do that. Yeah.
You want to say something?
Yeah, Boniface.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe first I can introduce myself. Boniface Kinyanjui, working for EPRA. And as Professor said, I previously worked for Kenya Power for many years. And my area, basically, generation expansion planning. I'm sure a good number of us have come across the least cost power development plan, which is a document I closely associate with, having been working on it for many, many years. We started way back in 99, 2000. When I was still a young man, I had an afro then. It's a long time ago. So we are happy as EPRA or government side to say that we have made a good transition over time, moving towards sustainable energy, more reliability. We have tried to meet demand, enhance access to electricity or to clean energy. And I see this subject on the nexus between water, energy, and food as a very important subject to us. If we look back, Kenya relied so much on hydropower before we diversified our mix, such that today we rely on more on geothermal for more supply, which gives us just over 40% of energy, annual energy, in terms of electricity. Hydro is providing around 25%. Thermals, which used to provide us close to even to 50% way back, are now providing less than 10% because we have diversified the sources. We have seen the entry of solar, we have seen the entry of wind, and as Professor said, the participation of various players, this did not just happen. We saw the entry of IPPs in 1997. with the first two plants being thermal power plants, Iber Africa and Westmont, which did their 7-year contracts, initial contracts, and they ended. Then we extended the one for Iber Africa, and they were able to do another 15. So some of those contracts that we started with were able to run through to the end, and we have onboarded more. We've seen the role of IPPs going up. So the private sector has really participated in a big way. And I'm glad that at Strathmore, I remember we were in that team that was negotiating that contract, and Professor was always following up to get it done quickly, because he wanted it as a, can we also call it a living lab as also? It's building capacity, which we work closely as various institutions in the sector in terms of building capacity. As you know, EPRA licenses electrical workers and contractors, and a lot of them are trained here at Strathmore. They are able to do the T1, T2, T3 courses, and even other collaborations he brings together from different parts of the world. We're able to associate and work together. So we see the role of government, the role of private sector and academia working very well towards improving services, towards enhancing our capacity, and towards utilization of more greener energy. Thank you.
Would you fail to say the geothermal? Today, the biggest source of power for us is geothermal.
Yes, indeed. Geothermal is the biggest. At around 40%, we have a very good, or sometimes over 40%, very good source of energy. In terms of installed capacity, we are close to 1,000 now. I think in the next couple of months, we'll be at 1,000 because we're currently at around 975 megawatts. Hydro at around 840 megawatts. We have solar about 210 megawatts. Wind around 435 megawatts. We have imports from Ethiopia, which is hydro basically, and we benefit from that, and we count it as part of our renewable energy source. Also from Uganda, which is largely hydro. We're also happy that we have interconnected with Tanzania in the recent past after waiting for many years. My former senior colleagues and predecessors negotiated, discussed that project, interconnection with Tanzania for many years. When I joined the sector close to that years ago, I found that discussion and studies being done. So now we are happy we have interconnection with Ethiopia through the HVDC line. We have had the interconnection with Uganda since I think 1956. It's still in place, and we are trading more now because in the evening there are times when you have to get over 100, even 130, 140 megawatts from Uganda to support us meet our demand at peak. From Ethiopia, we get 200. We are able to support our day demand, but at night, our demand reduces by close to 50%, which, again, if you are to think about it in terms of the subject we have today, when that demand reduces, it implies we have underutilization of the capacity we have at night. Yet in the evening, we are constrained in terms of supplying that peak. So if we can be able to enhance utilization of our installed capacity or our available energy at night, that would go a long way. And one of the ways is, of course, food production. If we can have a time of use tariff, step up or grow consumption or grow demand at night, because there are times when we have challenges of absorbing the available energy. As you know, geothermal is a resource that runs providing the baseload energy. You don't have the leeway of flexibility, shutting down, and so forth. So when we are not able to absorb that, we end up venting steam. When the hydros are full also, we end up spilling water. There are times when we have had to curtail wind energy. So you can imagine the opportunities we are looking at in terms of even supply of water. Let's say if you have this excess energy, pumping water from wherever. There's a time I was thinking about the excess water in our lakes. We're struggling with floods and rising water levels. On the other side, we're struggling with absorbing the surplus energy at night. And we need to grow food. We need to do irrigation. We experience a lot of challenges sometimes, droughts and so forth. So look at that as these are opportunities that we can tap on and make more, or rather gain more from that, and that benefit can go to the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if, Carla, you allow me 1 minute, I would close just going back to one slide, because I think that now you will really see, the theory becoming reality in terms of approach of Strathmore. I cannot be more happy of the commitment and engagement here, because it's exactly what Israel was saying. We want to go out of the labs, and we want to go where transition is happening. So it's exactly the movement you see here. Most of the traditional research and innovation organizations, they are doing their job, they are publishing, eventually they will sell a patent if somebody has an interest, but usually they are not getting, making the step and saying, I want to talk with the policymakers, I want to stay where people are struggling with their problems, I want to see how the economics of this are viable, and I want to co-work with companies in making new solutions. It's not that I want just to sell what I did in my labs. But space in the middle is the space of living labs. So it's where you can build living labs. And as it was said, it's not just a matter of bringing their institutions, it's to bring their people. So you need people, the good people in the partners, saying, okay, I believe in this kind of collaboration, because I believe that this will be plus than each of us. Yeah, it's fine. I said. Are we done?
I don't know if it works. Yes. So we're going to continue. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Brenda. So hello, everyone. My name is Carla Clua. I am from Rina Consulting in Italy. I work in dissemination and communication activities for EU-funded projects. And it's truly a pleasure to be with you here. It has been a little bit difficult to come, but we are here, and it's very, very good occasion for us to close this project in presence with you. So we are going to start the first roundtable. We are going to do 2 roundtables in the following minutes. And as you may know, if you were present, this morning we have been talking about what ONEPlanET has built during the project. And now we are going to go to another set of questions, which is, and what happens now? I mean, what are we going to do? We end the project in April, and what is going to happen after that? Which is maybe one of the most important parts of having a research project. What happens after that? So now we are going to do the first roundtable, which is focused on the close impact and the first actions that we will be doing in the following steps. And then we will have a second roundtable, which is more focused on the strategy and the future and the legacy of ONEPlanET. So I'm really happy to introduce the speakers of this roundtable. If you can join me, we have my colleague from RINA, Brenda Insonne, which is the coordinator of the project. Then we have Gladys from Strathmore University, if you can join us. We also have Moses Kirimi from Stockholm Environment Institute. And we also have the pleasure of welcoming Mark Hankins from Mark Hankins Solar. So if you can take a seat. And also take a microphone. I don't know if you have microphones. Yeah.
Okay, it's working.
Okay, so right now we were talking about the Living Lab, which is one of the pillars of what we have been doing. And I would like to start from this, from the legacy of this Living Lab and what is going to happen. So my first question would be for Gladys, because yes, you start. you are from here, so you start the roundtable, and reflecting on the Living Lab experience that we have, the Professor Fabio have now presented. The main question that comes to my mind is what comes next? I mean, which are the next steps that we could do with this Living Lab from Strathmore University, but also in general?
Thank you so much, Carla. What comes next for me? So what I would think of is this can't go down as what has been happening, where after 3-4 years, research is just shelved. So what has come out of this, and it's an effort of so many partners, as you have seen, is the launch of this Living Lab. And I'm thinking that what goes next is what especially Professor Isael has really emphasized on. Leveraging on the relationships that we have so far made. It is very important for the success of the Living Lab and even to implement the findings of the ONEPlanET project. Then next to the relationships, because relationships are the ones that therefore make the systems work. So the next is what is in the pipeline. We have been talking about lack of data, gaps around models, but what the Living Lab, the hackathons, and that whole process has taught us as an institution is that we look at the WEF Nexus as something abstract. But for a woman like the Diana team that won in the hackathon, they did an initiative called WEF for Her. Yes. So for a woman in the rural community where they presented, that's WEF Nexus, the synergies, the trade-offs especially, are a day-to-day occurrence. While here as researchers, we're trying to look at it as an isolated system. So what next for us is to try and see, can we try and make the Living Lab a place where we look at the WEF nexus as a day-to-day occurrence? It will take a lot of effort, it will take a lot of pain, because convincing people that this is not just a silo in terms of I work in the water authority, so it is my data and I want to shine alone. So it will take a lot of effort and commitment. And we are hoping that we can leverage on the relationships, therefore, that we have had and we've made along the way to try and see how do we incorporate people at community level, therefore, to make the synergies more than the trade-offs, because at the end of the day, there will be trade-offs, but how do we mitigate against them? The other issue that I would say, what next, is capacity building. So we have institutionalized this, but we need capacity. I was having a conversation with Mark over lunch, and we said, you know, we have a bit of a disconnect, and I agree that science, translation, there is a gap. But how do we have people who have gone through innovation failures like himself, he was telling me something interesting, and try to then coach and mentor upcoming innovators who are looking to come up with solutions to our own local challenges, contextualize them. So we need to try and see how best we are able to leverage on these expertise that we have around, and therefore, after institutionalizing the lab, then try to have innovations that are contextualized to the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gladys, very much. I was written down some words, some concepts that you were saying that I think that are very clear. One is collaboration. You also mentioned communities, expertise, relationships, capacity building. So I think that, of course, going back to the Living Lab experience, one thing is the impact, and another thing is the continuation. So keeping it alive. And as you were mentioning, Mark, I would ask him as an external from the ONEPlanET project, which roles can external actors like policy networks, investors, the private sector in general, play in order to ensure that this type of Living Lab activities continue even beyond the end of a European project like this one?
Oh, that's a hard one. Water, food, and energy. There's connections here. And I think the important thing is the Living Lab helping make the connections. So there needs to be, right now, I'll just tell a short story. So after 2015, there was a rush to do off-grid rural electrification, and with the help of IFC, we had more than $1 billion, maybe $2 billion in Africa invested in off-grid rural electrification, and that was the thing for a while. So you had companies like M-Kopa, you had Delight, you had Off-Grid Electric. I think in West Africa there's a number, but these companies raised billions of dollars. And come to your question, the investors didn't make their money back. So in the last 18 months, it's very difficult to get investors to jump back into the last mile electrification, but we still see that there's 600 million people that are unelectrified. So we need to establish linkages between the investors, the private sector, the education sector, government, and the NGO sector. We need to build these linkages. And in the energy access, from the specific point I was making, the public sector said, we're going to do last mile electrification with solar through the private sector, and investors are going to fund it. And the investors I work for Get Invest. That's so I work for a European Union project that helps connect solar companies with investment. Investors are very interested in commercial industrial solar right now, but in last mile, pay-go, rural electrification, they're like, we're not investing in that right now. But there's still 600 million people. So we need government to step in and say, we need to make this money available because this rural electrification is still our priority. So, and this has to be tied in. And the last point I'll make is the other thing that is a priority among donors right now, and everyone talks about, is productive use. I'm a solar guy, so I'm going to talk about solar. Productive use of solar energy. But it's not a problem that's easily solved. You can develop, everyone's seen Sun King, you know, the Sun King devices that you can use to charge your phone and to light your house. Well, that's for 20, 40, 100 watts. That's easy. But if you want to run a mill, if you want to pump water, if you want to dry something, if you want to refrigerate something, you need a bigger solar system, and that's productive use. So if you want to do this, it's no longer a small product that Sun King sells on a pay-go basis. It becomes a bigger device. We need academics to develop, come up with the technology. We need the private sector now to commercialize the technology. We need the investors to provide the money to make those productive use applications build. And we need government to say, well, if it's going to happen in Turkana, if it's going to happen in a deep rural area, we need to provide support so that we'll meet people's needs there. So I hope I've kind of answered your question.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, and I think that you opened some good points also regarding, for example, that maybe in short we could say that we need a shared strategy and each actor to put their own part. And I would like to go a little bit on the water energy food nexus and ask Moses, even if in the first roundtable moderated by Esti, we talked a lot about data, but so maybe then I keep a question for you, Moses, about this, but I wanted to ask you, how can the WEF Nexus science guide climate adaptation strategies in order to go a little bit to that part?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Moses from Stockholm Environment Institute, and I'm representing the institution here to bring the research aspect towards this project. Yes, as it has been said by most of us, is that climate change, climate impact are a reality, and resources are being constrained, right, left, and center. And without the science aspect of data, there is no action that can help us to alleviate the impact that we are currently suffering from. For instance, we are talking about the WEF, water, energy, and food. Those three sectors are integrated in that no one sector can run alone. If you are talking about electricity generation, we need water, of which hydro plays a very key part. At the same time, we need food production still to go on. And in this case, we are talking about irrigation. And in that, we are tackling the issue of food insecurity, which of course is driven by climate change. And therefore, handling these three institutions, water, energy, and food, having integrated data which is coming from all these ministries, but then intertwined into one to ensure that policy policy being made is well informed, and of course to ensure that there is no fight over resources. Especially in Kenya, we have had communities fighting over water because, there are those in the upper stream, either they are irrigating so much, and then downstream where we have electricity production, we don't have water. And therefore, of course, there comes the issues of, inadequate energy for, industries and so forth. So there is need to ensure that there is integration of data across these sectors, so that we have, we have proper information, well, especially when handling the climate change and related impact that are as a result of the scarcity of resources that we are talking about.
Thank you very much. In fact, this has been one of the key points of our project. And I would like to give also the opportunity to look back at what we have been doing in these last 3 years and a half. And for this reason, I wanted to ask you, Brenda, as the coordinator of ONEPlanET, so that you can all have the chance to do a first speech. What do you see as ONEPlanET's most tangible and close to the community? We will talk about communities after, if we have time. Impact. I mean, one of the most impact in terms of the web nexus, of the collaborations, the relationships, the living labs that we were mentioning before. One of the main impacts in the ONEPlanET project.
Thank you, Carla. Well, as you saw, we have developed different tools for different audiences, but based also on what has been said this morning and right now, I think that the most tangible thing that we have developed is knowledge, the understanding. I am not a modeler, but what I think that this model, at least it brought to me, then I think this is something that the public should tell us, is what's a model? What is behind building a model? Because this is something that we talk about much, and I have other projects where we are doing modeling, and we think it's something that you just open your computer and you start adding some information. While I think with this project and with the hard work that the partners did, we really gave a bit of insights to people that they might be technical people, but not modeler, and they don't get maybe they don't get the point even. They don't get, why should I do this effort if I can just calculate it with my computer on Excel? Why should I do this? And what's the advantage of doing this? And this helps for communities to understand better the model and to be able to use it, to make it more effective to use. But this helps also the modeler and who is going to give the data. What is it needed for? And why should I give you the data? If communities, we have spoken about a lot about the difficulty to access the data, and I think this was already said, when the community, when the people that own the data really get what's the advantage of that, it's really the moment in which they might be wanting to engage because they see the opportunity behind that.
Yeah, I think that this is a very good point because it relates to another question that I have for Gladys again. So based on your experience and your work with communities and stakeholders, I wanted to ask you which are the tools that are truly helpful and that are usable for the local communities. I mean, which is the bridge and between these complicated models, these tools that we are creating and the needs of the local communities.
Thanks, Carla. That's a very complex question.
We have 2 minutes. No, I'm joking.
One, because I usually say this and with no offense at all, because I'm part of the problem, that we look at models from the point of view of researchers who are the elite. The communities don't care so much for models. They care for the impact the models drive. So I might not give you an answer because I don't know the best tools or the best models, because I come from a point of view of, especially in research generally, that models are imperfect, all of them, but some are useful to drive these kind of impacts. So for me, what I would say the most important thing that I think we have seen from the iteration processes that we've been having with partners, policymakers, government, communities themselves, and us as researchers, is that the most important tool is trust, I would say. So trust between these partners to try and see how best we can have negotiation, because what is it that is working for you as a researcher? What is it that will work for me as a community person? But beyond that, what I see and what the Division of Research and Innovation and even Strathmore in general, we try to do for the community is to say, how can we translate this knowledge to the level of that person to understand that they actually are the most important person and they are the ones who should drive this research to a better long-term impact. So I think trying to bridge that gap where as researchers and scientists, social scientists and technical scientists, where we are able to come down to the level of that kind of simplicity and say that we need to translate this knowledge to how my mother in the village will understand it and try to see the point, because I give this example all the time. When my grandmother was alive at 95, she didn't care much about what green energy is really. But I remember us having a conversation where one of my siblings was telling her the consequences of having this kind of energy source to her health and all that. That made sense. She related to that and was easily now able to be convinced to move to use LPG gas, because for her smoke was associated with the good food because the taste and all that. So how we translate that, how we are able to make things simplified for people who matter, so that then ownership of these projects is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark, before you were also talking about the need to establish links between private investors, education, NGOs, government. I don't know, what do you think about what we were mentioning now on the maybe the wall that we have between what we are creating in a model, for example, and the community and the language that they speak and maybe that they see that something is useful or not. And if you have any experience, since you were saying that you have been participating in some projects, which is your vision of this shared communication in terms of going also to accelerate an energy transition in Africa?
I think the future is unlimited, and the opportunities are huge. When I came to Kenya in the 80s, I wanted to build some biogas digesters for some friends around my school. So I wrote a letter to the information center of the Peace Corps in Washington, D.C., and they photocopied a book on how to make a biogas digester. They put it in the digital, they put it in the diplomatic pouch. It got sent to the American embassy. They sent these books to me that they had photocopied, and I read how to do a biogas digester. You get the point. Information, it took months for information to move. Now, an entrepreneur sitting in a remote town in Wajir can access the information. So the change is phenomenal. The question is, we get swamped by social media infotainment, nonsense information, and the information that could be really useful and change our lives is not. It's difficult for it to break through the crap. I have 2 daughters who have cell phones, so it's a problem. How to get so I don't have an answer to your question, but how do you get the information in a strategic way to the communities you're working with, and at the same time you have the information tool, you have the cell phones, you have the laptops now that wasn't available before. Now you've got a method. You've got the information. You've got the data sets. You've got the models. But how do you get that to the key people in a rural community? And do I have experience? In a way, I do. But I think every project is going to be its own project. But you can do a hell of a lot with a WhatsApp group to manage a team of people in the field. But how do you involve the community and the key people in the community? It's the key question I would ask. And if you can't do that, then you're not going to make a change.
I agree with you also because, as I was saying before, I work in the dissemination communication part of projects. So one of our key pillars of the work is trying to make understandable what we are doing and trying to communicate it is interesting for the communities. In ONEPlanET, we will also have the contribution of AfriLabs, for example, who are working a lot on the language that we use, the tools that we use, the infographics that we use, and sometimes it can seem like a secondary activity, but it has like the core intention to bring the technical activities to the, I would say, normal people who are not developers or modelers like me. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think that this is like the key point on how we can move forward on this. And you were saying that the future is unlimited, and this is I think that it's a good recap to see also what we were saying before. I mean, now we end ONEPlanET, but what is going to happen? What do we have ahead? So this is the final event of a project, and I wanted to ask the coordinator of ONEPlanET what remains to be done. I mean, a project has an end, but our activities do not have an end. I mean, we have a lot of things that we can do. And if now, for example, ONEPlanET had 6 more months, which would be like maybe you would be very stressed, but which would be like the things that, some doors that we have opened a little bit, but maybe we do not have the resources now to open better, and which are the immediate things that could be done in the field.
Okay, this is a question that I keep asking myself since ONEPlanET was supposed to end in October and we got 6 months extension. And I had this moment of thinking, okay, I have 6 months more of thinking about this answer. I think right now what we are trying to do is really to understand what we have achieved. And I would say also to tell ourselves that we did well and that I'm very proud of how we worked and what has been achieved. And I think it's also a moment of doing that. I don't know if I would work in 6 months more, we would do for sure more moments of sharing knowledge, of trying to create this continuity in learning that we were saying this morning. But I don't know if I would think about is this my last question or not? Because I have to think about what I want.
It depends on how long is your answer, and if we have questions from the audience.
So,
what you can explain yourself. I mean,
okay, I will. So I will go with the flow. I think what has been missing, and it has been said, is the involvement of local communities. So if I should think of something that needs to be done more, is to try to engage more on site, to engage more with the people. And we were thinking, like before, about connection and relationship. And this is something that really resonated with me, because we are building connections one with each other. We are then bringing these connections outside and bringing other connection. And if you think about it, this seems something small. Today, the room is not empty, is not full, but it's like every person that goes to another person and can share a little bit of more information. And this is something that really makes it worth it. I think what's to be done more is to keep doing that, like to focus on that, but to really leverage on local communities. And another thing I was thinking regarding connection, and we were speaking about, is when I'm a water girl, engaging not only people from the field, but people from the authorities. I have worked for 4 years for the Water Authority of Milan, and I struggled to do research. So I can get the difficulty in working with them. But in the end, when we were speaking about the nexus, I cannot think of something more connected than water. So it's really something that I would see as the next step to focus more, because I don't know if you're aware of how water flows in the underground. It's between pores. So I really feel like we are one next to each other as pores, and water is flowing and it's not ending. So I would think of building more connections based on that.
Good, thank you, Brenda. Also from a long-term perspective, Moses, I wanted to ask you, in your field, how can data systems enhance the long-term WEF nexus planning in Africa? As a bit of conclusion and a hope for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. As many of us have said, the wave nexus and data systems play a very vital role, especially in ensuring that the issues of water, energy, and food systems are well taken care of. For instance, in Kenya, the institutions or the ministries that govern those 3 institutions, they are separate. But then you will find that a cabinet secretary is given his own ministry to run with. So not getting information from the other ministries. And at the end, we have output that are negating on the rest. For instance, if you are in charge of energy, or what you're thinking about is how do we ensure that we have 100% clean access to energy? If you have been given the ministry of, if you're under the Ministry of Water, you're like, how do I ensure that, the water bodies are not polluted? We have preserved the ecosystem as much as possible, but you're not thinking of, the other connected ministries. So the Wave Nexus data system will help us to bring together all the information, all the data information from all these different ministries, not only for Kenya, probably I'm talking because I'm a Kenyan, but let's say regional-wise, or even for Africa, if we have now that data in one system, and then information is able to be, the information is in one system to a point that when policymakers are making decisions, looking at the trend of Send Water View, we have very clear guidelines, we have very clear policy development out of this data. And at the end, as Professor saying, we will have an economy which is thriving out of this data that we have collected, which is available and which is well used. In my field of doing research, one of the key challenges that I have faced is access to data, and many of us have have talked about that. I don't know what the reason is all about, but there is that feeling you feel if you have data with you and you don't want to share. At the end, what you have is under development, wrong policies which cannot handle the challenging times. So I look for one to a wave nexus data system where is accessible to everyone, is accessible to the private sectors, as they make investment, as you're saying, they can make well-informed decisions from data, and it is through that where we will have change. It is through that where we will have the economies of African continent improving. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Also, as a final remark, even if we were mentioning this before, I wanted to ask Mark also from his experience in the field and based on the current market and technological trends, where do you see the biggest opportunities for clean energy solutions, actually?
I think it's the clean energy field has grown very, very fast. I mean, before say 2010, even 2015, all solar energy in East Africa was off grid. It's amazing to think just 10 years ago, there was almost zero on-grid solar. And even though my parents have a 30 kilowatt solar system in California, which is running their meter backwards, which was done like 2004 or something, nobody in Africa was thinking about on-grid solar electricity. So now, in the last 3 years, we've seen probably 400 or 500 megawatts of solar, Mr. Kinyanjui, on the other side of the meter that you're not even measuring. We need someone to do a study on that. I'm available to do it. But this C&I sector, you asked me what is the biggest opportunity? Well, companies, flower farms are putting in hundreds of kilowatts and in total megawatts, hundreds of megawatts of solar, which isn't even feeding into the grid. So there's opportunities for private sector establishment of renewables, particularly solar, but also wind and others. And battery prices, lithium-ion battery prices, because of e-mobility, the prices have come down. I mean, I did a project in Nigeria which had a $10 million budget, and the price of solar equipment in the 3 years or 4 years since the budget was written went down 40%. So that enabled us to replace all of the air conditioners in the site. It was a 1.5 megawatt site. We had so much money that they were asking me, what can we do with the extra money because the price of solar has gone down. So batteries are going down in price because of e-mobility. Solar has gone way down. What is the opportunity? Well, Kinyanjui will know that the problem's balancing all this and managing all this. And you can't just put solar in without balancing the power system. So it's not that simple. But I think everything is going to hinge on increased use of batteries in the power system to manage the power system. We're seeing that in a big way in Australia and California right now, and that's gonna enable us to use more wind and use more solar commercially. In the off-grid communities is a completely separate conversation. So if we're talking about developing off-grid rural communities, the technology solutions are very different. But I think we have in our hand today enough solutions so that we can provide everyone who needs electricity, certainly to power a couple lights and charge their phone. We could do that tomorrow if we just had the government will to say, okay, we're just going to do it. And we can subsidize that. But it's not going to happen on a cost basis because rural people don't have the money to do it. So you have the question of the grid and the big power, and then you have the question of the 600 million, which we can do tomorrow if we wanted to. But it's a policy discussion.
Yes, of course. And I was asking you this question because as we saw before in the Mentimeter done by 3 o'clock, we have very different audience here, and it can be interesting for them to listen and to see if they share which are the biggest opportunities in the future. And also for this reason, in a vision of maybe future projects or future opportunities, and maybe because someone can be interested, I wanted to ask Gladys a last question, which is, and it's a very short one, why communities should participate in projects like, for example, ONEPlanET, but we can think of other projects.
Thank you, Carla. I think the reason... Thank you, Carla. I think the reason...
Oh my God. Okay. You're welcome.
I think the reason why communities... sorry, I've forgotten.
Yeah, why communities should participate in projects like ONEPlanET.
One very important reason why they should participate, and I think most of us here being researchers, we can say that communities have been subjects of research for such a long time that it has led to research fatigue from their end. And so when people see you as a master's student, PhD student, a team from Strathmore, and they know that it's a questionnaire that I need to, it just starts becoming fatiguing to these people. So participation in the level of them being partners is very important, because then they can see the end and they can also assist and also give most of like the data that we are talking about that we don't have at a granular level, they are able to give. And also, when I think about it, indigenous knowledge, which has been sidelined for a long time. And I know, like, say, you are very big on adaptation and resilience. Most of these comes from especially indigenous knowledge, then we can adapt it into our tools and our models that we are using, so that they are also able to respond to these climate shocks and impacts accurately or predict better than we do without. So that's, for me, the most important reason why communities should be partners rather than just subjects of research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gladys, and thank you very much to all the speakers. I would like to know if we have any question from the audience. I don't see too much. Okay, we have one question there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think it works.
It works, yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Dr. Kinyomo. I work with the county government of Laikipia. It has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, whether by any means or even by science, that there is nexus between the water, energy, and food. That has been established beyond a reasonable doubt. But when it comes to addressing the policy around recognizing these particular areas, as one, it's become a challenge. It has been a challenge. For example, sometimes I have never imagined seeing like, for example, the government of Kenya having a ministry called the Ministry of Agriculture, Water, and Energy. So the thing is, how can we do, what can we do to be able to ensure the networking and collaboration between these ministries or departments?
Okay, so I don't know if someone volunteers or has already an answer.
I don't have an answer, but I will try to respond to your question about what we can do. And I think one of the things we can do is what we are doing now. After doing the science, we call the partners, and I think amongst us we have government officials from different ministries, and one of them is our engineer here, who really articulated the need for the collaboration between these three ministries, and he talked of having excess electricity at some time of the day. What can we do with that energy in other sectors? So I think bringing the government, the government officials from different ministries, bringing them together and trying to show how these ministries are interrelated and how they depend on each other for them to have the optimum, to get the optimum from their output. So I think such collaborations as we have here, having more even in other, even after the project is over, we can still continue calling upon officials from these ministries and try to show them how these ministries relate to one another, how they depend on one another, and the need for collaboration. And through that, when they go to pass policies and so forth, they pass informed policies, and that's the only way. And I think they are not bad people, as it was said. We have good people who are ready to take the science and bridge the gap into practice. Thanks.
Is someone going to answer? Do you have another answer? No? Okay. Do we have another question? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Engineer Fantas Kamol from LELEC. We are also from the Ministry of Energy. And when I look at this project, I was asking myself, who is the ownership of this project? Who are going to be the champions to drive it? Because you have been having good projects, and then going to the next level, they die maybe the next 3 years or 2 years. So, like now we are talking about Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Water, and Ministry of Agriculture. All of them are focusing on their targets. They may not focus on combining them together. I want to have my water and the other one. So I came to realize there's a way we can address it. There's a time I had a meeting or discuss with the people from the Ministry of Treasury. They have a department, State Department of Planning. I don't know whether they're in this meeting or later. These are actually the appropriate people to be able to coordinate us, because they are telling us we used to have system for energy, system for water, all of them, and we're able to map them up and do our planning in our country, and it used to work. So there was I say it's possible to combine all the ministry and be the anchor point. So the way forward about this one is, let us have a ministry which can be able to be their champions, because that's their mandate of planning. They plan all the system in the country. Otherwise, if you go by each individual ministry try to collaborate, initially it's going to look easier, but later it will not have a long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for another question, and then I think that we will give the floor to the next roundtable. Gladys, do you want to answer? Were you raising your hand or not? Okay. So maybe we can collect the questions, and then, because what you were saying is very interesting, and I think that it's very related to the next roundtable, which it talks really about authorities, governance, policy, strategy. So maybe we can collect the other questions, see if our speakers have some answers, and then move to the last roundtable. So yes.
Sorry, mine is not a question. Am I allowed to respond to other questions from colleagues?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So last year, we were assigned by the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development to do a review of water, energy, food, ecosystems related institutions in sub-Saharan Africa, to see how they are structured. Interestingly, we found that there is a diversity in which these institutions are structured. For example, starting from the total number of ministries that are in sub-Saharan Africa per country, they range from a minimum of 10 to a maximum of around 38. One country having 10 ministries, another country having 38 ministries. That was very interesting. So now when you look down to the ministries for water, energy, and food and ecosystems, it was also interesting to see that, like what you were saying, you have some countries that combine the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Food, the Ministry of Environment in one ministry. Then under one ministry, then they have directorates for water, for energy, for food. So it becomes, I think, it becomes easier to coordinate across the four or the three ministries, the three departments or the three directorates when they are under one roof. But then you would also find that countries with many ministries, they would be having Ministry of Water on its own, Ministry of Energy on its own, Ministry of Food on Agriculture. Interestingly, we are talking of, if you look at even water, some countries have got a Ministry of Water and a Ministry of Sanitation, separate ministries. If you go to energy, some they have got a Ministry of Energy, then they have a Ministry of Electricity, then they have a Ministry of Petroleum, a Ministry of Gas. You can go and check. We even published a policy brief on that. So you can see that even within the sectors, some of them, they are not even coordinated well. When you go to food, the food component, you find one country is combining agriculture, food security, nutrition, and livestock. But another country is having a Ministry of Agriculture, a Ministry of Food Security, a Ministry of Livestock Production, a Ministry of Fisheries, but it's all food. So I think by housing those under one roof, then having either directorates or departments or whatever, but having one ministry, it becomes easier to coordinate and even to harmonize actions, because it ends up creating duplications of efforts, waste of resources, even creating redundancy. So sometimes it's not unnecessary. Then you were raising the issue of policies. The best way to look at the nexus is to look at it as a tool or an approach that we can use either for identifying interconnections, interdependencies, which can be positive as synergies, or negative as trade-offs. So even governments, they can also try to integrate their policies using a nexus approach. Trying to review that the policies we made in 2015 for water, for energy, for food, are they speaking to each other? And how are they speaking to each other? Is it positively or is it negatively? If it is negatively, how do we minimize? If it is positively, how do we amplify those synergies? So we can use the wave nexus as a tool for creating that harmonization across institutions and also for improving coherence between policies for the different sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your super interesting contribution. We have received 2 other questions, but I see that we are running out of time. So what we are going to do is that we are going to change the speakers because I think that they are also relevant for the next speakers. I will leave the questions to the next moderator, Carlo, and I'm sure that we will answer to them. So thank you very much. It has been a very interesting conversation. Also, thank you to the audience because it has been a good dialogue. Unfortunately, we do not have like 3 hours, but yes, you have all the contacts. I mean, we shared the contacts. So if anyone has then more questions, you can just contact the right person. And again, it's a pleasure to being here in Nairobi. So thank you very much. Una cosa?
Also, we might have more time for discussion because tomorrow we have only a half-day session. So we will be there after it finishes at 12:30. So for further question or for meeting in person with any person that was attending, I think the conversation could keep going on.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I'm very proud to moderate this session. So if you can put the presentation on, I will call the next speakers for the next roundtable, please. So I can call Fabio Montagnino, who is already here from Cyprus Institute. Thank you. And sorry, I wait for the... Okay. Then we have... is this run? Yes. Okay. So we have Brenda from RINA again. Sorry, I think this is wrong. Okay. Okay. So I call Engineer Boniface, if you can join us. Thank you very much. Then we have Dylan Malloy. Thank you very much. And Abdullah. Thank you. No, you're not supposed to stay. Sorry.
I'm free.
Yeah, I was wrong. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry. Okay. So then I think that we had interesting discussions both this morning and this afternoon. So maybe we can start from the discussion we had this morning. Maybe I can start with Abdullah, with talking about maybe if you can give us some more insights about the Mali demo site that you followed, and I mean, if ONEPlanET, let's say, future strategy also for replicators can be implemented in the other replicators.
Okay, thank you very much for a replication strategy. But the first thing, when we are looking for other country for replicating, I can repeat it again, is about the data availability of the place we are going to replicate, because this is the core of even the modeling. So because we face a lot of challenging getting some data for Mali River Basin. So now, after, if we know that data is available, so now, and also the policy data, which is very important, because I remember when we did this kind of the meeting in Cabo Verde. So many times people are asking me, even in my office ICRI, how can ask those trainers to come train them about the policy, because we are about our institution is about the policy for 15 countries. So we are advising them about the energy, water, and food, how the government can do the projections. So if you have a data from those different countries, you can have a good replication. I think is the main part.
Thank you for your answer. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. And then I will move again, let's say, to the part related to, let's say, energy policies, even if we covered this point. But I can ask maybe, what do you think in terms of promoting green growth, as we are talking about this point here in Kenya, since we have this opportunity that we don't have in other places, for instance. So what's your point of view about, let's say, promoting the energy transition, let's say, in a right way, let's say, both from the technical and economic point of view, in my opinion. So maybe you can answer each of you, and then we can go on.
Okay, for the promotion of a sustainable energy, but I can give you the general parts, like ICRIA said that we are ECOWAS Center for Sustainable Energy Efficiency. So our aim is to promote the clean energy on the 15 countries. So we are building infrastructure, we are giving research, we are giving training, and we are giving fund also for all the 15 countries, so that they can have access to clean energy. So this is what we can say for the promotion. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's an interesting question that you put technology and policy together, because the realistic answer is that two different stakeholders, I think, address those components to an energy transition. Technology, I would say, arguably is driven by the private sector, and the public sector can help subsidize technology innovations that the private sector leads, but the private sector is really going to be driving solutions. It has the capacity to be able to test those and pilot those in communities and find the right partners who can provide data, as you're saying, to make sure that solutions work. So I think for technology, it's finding the interested private sector partners, the ones that want to come in to that community because it's aligned with their interests and their goals, and then working with them to define a project where those interests are aligned. Funnily enough, I see Microsoft actually all over this building itself, but Microsoft is obviously based in Washington in the United States. But why is Microsoft here advertising itself and helping support this auditorium? Well, it's because it was in line with their interests in some way, shape, or form. So thinking like that for technology and an energy transition context in a community is also quite important. Now, on the policy side, it's something that I'm sure the public officials in this room will agree, but also recognize is very difficult, is long-term planning and understanding of consequences when you change policies. And having the capacity to be able to do that planning and to understand where a policy change is going to affect their constituents and the everyday consumer.
Thank you. Maybe to pick on where he's talked matters policy, I see opportunities for more collaboration, particularly looking at modeling. Now that I come from planning, there is need for engagement between the various players. And looking at this project, it would be quite interesting to see how the modeling is done, and more so considering we are moving into another phase where we are looking at integrated national energy planning. We're looking at an expanded way of doing planning as opposed to least cost power development plan, where we have different committees, electricity, resources, energy efficiency, and so forth. So, and then we also have the counties, planning at the county level, as well as institutions in the energy sector. Earlier on, the discussion relating to water and merging of ministry, or rather having one ministry covering all this. Yeah, there are pros and cons, and I see we have had challenges in the past, particularly when studies are done in the Ministry of Water, and planners in the energy sector want to consider certain projects, such as the High Grand Falls, and they could not access the studies because they were happening elsewhere, and probably because of a project like that being a multi-purpose project with agriculture involved, with water supply and energy. We see sometimes there are gaps. So I see the need for even establishing committees that include different players and members from different ministries that can work together to be able to take into consideration the different factors, the data issues, even the accuracy of that data and availability. I want to maybe mention the matters of data. We used to have data from 1949 on river flow data, gauging of various gauging stations of various rivers. Somewhere in 1994, that disappeared. So we have some data continuity and then discontinuance from somewhere. So there is opportunity for that. In terms of moving to green energy, I think the electricity sector, particularly the grid in Kenya, has taken the right direction, has been on the right path. But I think we need to do more, because if electricity is providing us 10-12% of our energy, and biomass is providing us 68-70%, then as a country we have a lot more to do. The use of biomass in the it also affects agriculture, catchment areas, and so forth. So there's all these interrelation. So for higher impact, we may need to look at the entire energy balance for the country. Thank you.
Carlo, the question is very layered. So it's very hard to answer, to give just one answer. So I will try to take it from one side. So you have, first of all, the green transition in terms of establishing a green economy is very well understood under the Nexus. And this is already an achievement of the discussion in the project and the overall attention to the Nexus, because you have a lot of interlinkages and trade-offs and opportunities, as it was said, which can be transformed into economic value. You have waste from the food sector, which can be used as let's say, a raw material for energy, and this is still is not explored yet in many countries. There are a number of attempts, but it's not fully established. You have water recovery as an incredible field of innovation, and then management of water. If we would price water as it should be priced, it should be much more expensive than oil. So it's a matter of pricing. So from this, I want to go to the core, let's say, message. It's a matter of economic model. So it is politics. It's not economy, it's not innovation, it's the kind of vision of the world you have. Because in a vision of the world where water is priced as it should be priced, things would be completely different in terms of the market model and how the private sector will be structured and where you get incentives, where you don't get incentives, and so on. So it's a matter of the way you see economy should work, because economy is not, let's say, the starting point. It should be a consequence of the kind of world you want. Given that, how can you drive a model which is the scale you should have as a country or a system of countries to be strong enough to establish your model? The problem in Africa, as it was said this morning, is that the GDP of the whole continent is less than France. And probably these two statements are correlated. So the GDP of, let's say, rich countries, it's so high because of the low GDP of the African countries, because there is an extractive economy that African countries should break. And I think that green economy is an opportunity to break this loop, because whenever here people will succeed in making their own energy and keep their own water clean and make their own food, so really capitalizing the richness of the continent, you could invert this GDP, let's say, imbalance. But then it's a matter of power. So from, innovation, you move to economy, then you move to politics, and then you say, how can I have the power to do that? There are worldwide, there are transformations which have been made because of the power of the country making the transformation. Somebody was mentioning the shift, probably Mark, the shift of the reduction of the cost of batteries, which is because of the EV electric vehicle market. This was a design of the Chinese economy on the long term, saying in 10 years, we will be there. And when I was in Shanghai in 2019, I was in electric taxis, and I was asking why. You have all, because this is a policy. We are testing the way we make electric vehicles, which will be for us the market in 5-10 years. And we have this kind of, let's call them living labs of the taxi drivers. So long-term vision is something which should be established. Is something that is very hard when you have poor countries running on the. But this is a way you keep, the people running in the wheel. You don't get out. So I think that this is a real opportunity in working on the nexus to find this kind of tipping points of this dependency and work around them.
Thank you all for your answers. I think this is really interesting, because the long-term planning and somehow the strategy is something that involves also European countries, as Fabio told this morning. So it's something that has to deal with the long-term strategy, I would say. So going a bit more in the technical, maybe I can ask you what you think about this green growth as an opportunity also to test distributed generation and let's say a system model that could be reality, can be implemented actually here, no? So even not only off-grid PVs like you have now, but how to increase the PV and renewables in general, non-dispatchable RES share in the electric grid here in Kenya. And also, maybe it's just a personal question, but what do you think about, let's say, the whole energy system, as you were saying? So also, let's say, optimizing the heat that you have from continuous production from geothermal. So I think maybe just at a qualitative level, what do you think? I think there is a lot of margin here, and this country could be really an example for green growth. If you agree with me.
Yes, there are opportunities. I think we, as mentioned earlier, the private sector has done very well in terms of going solar, which at times may appear like competition between the grid-connected supply, whereas in reality, it is complementing that supply. It's looking at creating more competition and reducing the cost, because at the end of the day, each entity wants to use less resources, or make more and make profit for sustainability. So in terms of, if you look at captive solar, industries are adding on a, very, very high rate, adding solar PV plants in their installations. And that addresses even gaps relating to reliability, gaps relating to delays in implementation of projects, because planning is one thing, but implementation is another. There are times when you have perfect plans, but then when there is a delay, that gap needs to be filled. And the consumers, industries, and everybody cannot wait. So they have to look for interventions that work for them. So looking at distributed generation, we also have interest in mini grids. We license mini grids, and microgrids are running. So the only thing I see, the cost is still high, but I see an opportunity. The cost per unit to the consumer is still high, whereas mini grids, which are developed by REREC or the government side, Engineer Fantas will tell you, they are able to get subsidized by other consumers. There's cross subsidy. We get all the costs and we are able to sum that together and compute the fuel cost or fuel energy charge, which is in the consumer's bills. If that was not the case, we would not be able to sustain supply in the mini grids, the larger ones like Mandera, Marsabit, and so forth. So we see opportunities in that space. Even consumers themselves, with the incentives, particularly tax incentives in the solar sector, has seen many consumers install their own solar home systems. The cost has also gone down, and that is really supporting. So I see naturally there'll be the learning by doing, as envisaged in this project. People are doing so, implementing these projects, and by so doing, we're able to progressively see more benefits, and we are seeing water taking its course. Thank you.
Did you want us all to answer that, or just what was your thinking?
But if I can get your point of view, maybe I think it's interesting for everybody.
I think that building on that commentary, you don't want to have a situation where the public sector and the private sector are competing to accomplish the same thing. And at the same time, you want to be in a situation where you're not trying to change two things at once. So for example, here, if one challenge is grid connectivity and another challenge is transitioning traditional or incumbent bioenergy sources to grid connected sources, those are two things that you have to solve at the same time for green industrialization, which then requires participation of both the public and the private sector. So you're taking the path of hardest resistance. Instead, if you want to define green industrialization as a problem that is creating jobs, it's identifying the places where public and private sector can actually collaborate on that and leave other areas for one or other to solve. And obviously that's a much more complex topic, but I think I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, really interesting.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but maybe we also can discuss in the perspective of energy independence, which this seems to lead us to. And as mentioned earlier, we have to a large extent dependence on our biomass resources, and 20 to 25% reliance on imported petroleum products. I see these kind of initiatives helping us progress towards that, and more so when we look at sectors working together. In this case, we are talking about the transport sector and the energy sector. Transport sector, where most of the petroleum is used. If indeed we continue with the collaboration, with the development policy and creating the right environment for transition to EVs, as mentioned. And there are times, as mentioned, there'll be definitely benefits. We are seeing already with the incentives in terms of tariff, off-peak tariff for EV systems. There's higher consumption, public transport is taking this up, and that I think is another sector that will have a life of its own and grow and take up that space for various reasons, and benefits will not only accrue to the specific players, there'll be benefits even to the country in terms of even less pollution, utilization of less of our resources to buy products overseas, our foreign currency issues. Thank you.
Thank you all for your interesting answers. At this point, I think that maybe the last question could be, I mean, after all these discussions, what do you think is the main legacy of, let's say, of this project, and let's say what can be implemented basing on our, let's say, discussions to really, let's say, make this happen? I mean, green growth doable, not only as something that, I mean, I remember when I was a student, it was something that distributed generation and green growth was something that in Europe we studied, but actually the paradigm was different, no? Because it was based on fossil fuels, on a centralized grid. So I stress this point because I think it's something really can become a model for, let's say, emerging countries. This is what I think personally. I don't know what you think. Yes.
Well, I think that what we have been learning here all together is a way to do things. I mean, that approaching things in a systemic way is not obvious at all. And usually, you know, people say, this would be nice, but this cannot be done. So you cannot think about systems because our mind is, is going to simplify. And I fully take the point that we should simplify at a certain point of the journey, so make things flexible. But once we have understood the systems, so once we might say, okay, here let the private and the public, play in a different way because this would be the best pathway to the transition. Here we might toughly regulate because otherwise the transition will never be there. Here the market will never work. Here the market will work. So it's a matter, and this is what we name in the, let's say, in the space of climate kick I'm part of, we name the orchestration process. So you have an orchestra, and you have the violins, you have the trumpet, and you have to try to make them work in a way that is bringing things in a direction. At a, let's say, concrete level, what we are doing in Climate Kick, as you know, is the net zero. One of the things is the net zero city program. So you have in Europe, so it's easier nominally, it's 112 cities working together to achieve the net zero. You can imagine this is a mess, but it's also an incredible space where people are learning each other. Nobody's doing exactly what the others are doing. You have cities that are very well planned and cities where things are much looser. And you see how, these local systems are playing their game. So here, what I would like for the future is to see that we have, as we said in these days, we come from one planet to one place. So we have this, let's say, approach to see things in this with this mindset and tools. But then we go and dig and go deeper in specific places, different places, and try to let things happen in different ways. Because then you have different, let's say, combination of factors there and also forces, and you might try to orchestrate them.
For me, I may not be able to speak much about the project now that I've not been involved in it, and I was invited yesterday. But all the same, looking at going through it, I see opportunities, particularly in the planning side. I see the need for collaboration. It's not very easy to model all parameters and get them working well to give you a very optimal solution. Of course, there are many assumptions that would have to be made, but with the involvement of other sector players, looking at the food, looking at the energy and water, I see opportunities, particularly if we can be able to influence that aspect. But planning by itself is not enough, as mentioned. It is getting down to implementation on the ground that will indeed make a difference and enable us to have transition. And maybe we should focus more on simple solutions or simpler ways of doing things, and at the same time the high impact areas where you can have greater change. More so if you look at adoption of clean energy, expanding access to clean energy and shifting from the less clean sources to cleaner sources such as electric cooking, adoption of e-cooking in Africa. That can make a difference. But that again would require us to enhance access, reduce the cost, because there's also that the cost and this perception that the cost is very high. Technology again comes in here where we bring in efficiency and we are able to utilize more to get more benefits for less energy. So those, to me, I think are opportunities we are looking at.
On the last panel, I think it was Brenda who had mentioned that you're in a phase of trying to understand what you accomplished and how to define that in a way that is very clear and impactful. And I think that is related to the question of what is the legacy of this project and this work. One of the recommendations that I would have is actually not to focus on recommendations so much. Think about what are the next problems that you need someone to go solve, because they're going to build on the problems and the learnings that you've discovered from the project, and then try to equip or recommend some entities that might want to collaborate on solving those particular problems. Because when the next step is to keep trying to refine to a point where you're solving the right thing, then you can actually build the right solution to solve it. Instead of starting with a recommendation, you're sort of by default assuming you know what should be solved for and how to solve it, which is not always the case. So yeah, I think that would be a wonderful legacy of this work.
Okay, so I can define until manner. So the importance for this project, I can say that first, as I say, collaborations between different institutions, and as we mentioned that there's no much link between the different sector, water, energy, food. So these tools or this project will bring those institutions together to give solutions for the waves, because the wave is missing on a lot of policy. So I can talk more about the policy, because I'm working more on the policy on the 15 country. So when we are deciding now every year to bring all the energy sector or all the 15 country every years, so to discuss about what they need in energy, water, the interlinkings, and also we are writing strategies for all the 15 countries. Now we are bringing the nexus inside. So this will be an opportunity for a decision maker to know what is will be the problem of energy demand, food security, and water stress. So, and also I can add one to your investigations about the living lab. So this will be an opportunity, so to maybe to this opportunity living lab for a different country, because I cannot lie, this was the project was my first time to experience this living lab, this which is a very good opportunity on this project too.
So thank you very much to all the speakers. I think we are on time. If there are any questions from the audience, of course, we are happy to answer. Who has the mic?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Rahim from Arfi Labs, one of the partners of ONEPlanET project. I mean, talking about next steps and also legacy, one of the things that I see to be a bigger legacy is the knowledge hub that is also developed, right? Specifically looking at the components in there, talking about the innovations in that knowledge hub. Now, my ask, or let's say a challenge that I would put to especially the African partners, and I would point to ECRI the most as well, is how we as African partners can leverage that knowledge hub, identify some of the innovations there, take them through that living labs aspect of things to ensure that these innovations are innovations that we own and are able to take forward as well. Because there is knowledge in that repository. There is a lot of examples of innovations, which personally, on other projects that I'm working on, I'm also considering looking at how we can leverage on those ones. But I think it should be something that we need to deliberately make that attempt on. And for example, with ECRI, because you are mostly involved in policy engagements at the governmental levels, I think that's also one of the areas that we need to hammer a lot on as well. Thank you very much.
You can start. Yeah, a word on it, because we have been working on the repository. The idea of that repository is that you search and then you qualify open innovation solutions. So most of them, they are frugal in the sense that they are cheap. In many of them, there is no intellectual property, no protection of intellectual property, so you can copy them. And if we would create a momentum in terms of uploading new ones, and this should be one of the tasks of the Living Lab, you have a place where people can learn at the level of small and medium enterprises how to make new business by something which is already done in terms of research and innovation. Just to mention, in these days, I was studying new cases which are not referenced there because they are quite new, of people in Cameroon or here working on waste, agricultural waste, to make briquettes by pyrolysis. It's a process which could be brought to a very high level of quality with some science. They are probably at the first level of implementation, but this is typically what we want to do there. There is an open innovation because there is no knowledge protected by anyone. You start with your workshop, you ask somebody in the university, can you help me to tune the process and find the right temperatures and the right speed? And they make a company, and then it might be like in Cameroon, they are scaling up as a countrywide, let's say, business.
For me, I think we would also require to look at stakeholder buy-in, look at awareness, because we can have great ideas, but people are not aware. The people who really can consume this or promote this are not aware. There is need to look at maybe partners to work with to make these great ideas or implement these great ideas, including governments. They need to work with governments, because government, if government buys in, then it becomes even easier to do more. And also other partners from other areas who can work with us or with the innovators in implementing this.
I'll echo the engineer's comments.
Okay, let me add something for this. But I wanted to mention the continuity of this kind of exercise. I take an example because of at the end of this project, as for someone asking questions, how are you going to do with it? So this is a good opportunity so that even every year we can come together with the update of the model and the how do you call it, the website, so that if you approach anytime the policymakers to update them about the projection of the wave in their country, this will be a good opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? I give the floor to Brenda for the wrap-up session. Thank you.
Thank you. If the speakers can stay 1 second, actually Strathmore University and from us, yeah, just 1 second, because we have like a small gift for each speaker. So we are calling now the ones that are already here, and then the others can come after. It's and then if the others could come as well, Adrian, Carla, Esti, Carlo, Abdullah already went, Cuthbert, Mark has already came, Moses, that I don't see him, I don't see anything anymore. Who else?
So the comms team has requested that we take a photo with each one of them. Yes.
Makes you tired. The punching, the burn, the grind. Not your coworkers asking, can you explain that again?
have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you.
Yeah, there are. I want to, because I want to take this opportunity, well, to thank all the partners, but to thank also, I mean, they were not on the floor, but they did a great job as well on organizing all these events. So I want to thank Timothy and the team of AfriLabs, so you can come here as well. Timothy, Deogracias, and Abrahim, or I don't know how, so, because they have been, like today, coordinating everything on the media and presentation, and I have no idea, I don't even know how many things they had to do, so.
So let's gift our MC today, who has been very hardworking and also coordinating all of these. Thank you to our coordinator from Rina C, Brenda Insome.
Just one last reminder, thank you all for being here, for attending today, for giving valuable insights, and for your questions. I hope you liked the project. We are waiting for you tomorrow if you would like to attend. This is the agenda for tomorrow. We will go further in detail on the tools. We will have actually a testing session of one sim and a live game session. So it's going to be more interactive. We will have the opportunity to talk to each other, to discuss. So we hope we can see you tomorrow as well. It will be on the other room, but still like the access is here. So thank you all for attending. And there's breakfast before. So from 8:30 you can come, there's breakfast, and then we will start with the event. From 8:30 to 9:30 there will be breakfast. You want to say where?
So we'll have our session at first floor. We'll confirm the room because the current room is undergoing some challenges, some technical challenges, but we'll confirm the room tonight. But the cafeteria will be on the other building. It's called Strathmore STC, Strathmore Student Center, and it will be on the rooftop, a very amazing place. So don't miss to come tomorrow. Yeah, see you and bye. All the best.
That's right.